medyo dikit-dikit tayo. That's the only room available. And I apologize for being delayed. I came from the DOH budget hearing as well. I think just to recap from last time, of course, we recognize Secretary Lutilia and the family, DNR family. We are done with land management and governance, ComSec, sure, tapos na.
Yes, ma'am.
Geohazard, groundwater assessment, and responsible mining.
Yes, ma'am.
Clean air. So we will tackle clean water,
Clean water, ma'am.
coastal and marine ecosystem, solid waste, water resources management according to major programs. Tama? Si Yusek Ana, okay. Dapat ang Caloocan, model nito, anak mo ang nandun, ha? Paano ba yan? Ha, Ana? Si inaanak ko dapat. Dapat ang solid waste, ang pinakmahirap Caloocan. Kung magawa nyo sa Caloocan, ang pagpatupad ng ESWM or 9003, kaya na maski sinong LGU. Kasi yun ang pinakamahirap. Hindi nila ginagawa. Taga doon ako eh. Oo. Hamon. Kasi hindi naman, it's really, it should be per barangay. Ilan ang barangay ang Caloocan? 70 only? Ang lalaki ng barangay doon. Ang lalaki ng Caloocan. No, really, I start with that, although we'll discuss a solid waste management program. It's really the LGUs that should implement it with the National Solid Waste. Who's the head of the National Solid Waste Commission now? The council. Chairman is the secretary. Do you even meet? Parang hindi eh.
Regularly.
Nag-meet regularly. Sino ang NGO rep? Dati sila Sonia Mendoza. Mother Earth, Eco Waste Coalition. Not Mother Earth. Si Sonia, yan ang mapusok dyan eh. Hindi na sila. Yeah. Could you kindly submit to me the minutes of the meeting of the last Solid Waste Commission hearing or meeting? We should take it seriously because of our growing population and so much waste. And with the rainy season already happening all throughout the year, right? Okay. So we're in the clean water program. Masalimut dito. Kasi ang daming ahensya ng clean water, ng nag-i-implement ng clean water. So there's a presentation. Okay, I'll watch your presentation first.
As Madam Chair,
Yes.
Jackie.
We will no longer recognize everyone, no? They're considered recognized unless there's somebody or an agency that just arrived today or was not present last time, then we recognize. Raise your hand and say your name, but otherwise, if you've all been recognized, we consider it as entered into the record. Wala na. Yes. And we request, we welcome once again the DNR family. Yeah, okay. So we're in the clean water program. Yes.
Madam Chair, ASEC Jackie will
Yes. Thank you, Sec Lutilia.
Thank you, Sec. Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the implementation of the Clean Water Act of 2004, our objective is to protect the country's water bodies from land-based sources of pollution, such as industrial and commercial establishments, because these sources are among the leading contributors to water pollution, and addressing them is critical to safeguarding public health and the environment. Priority efforts to improve the water quality of priority effort is given to improve the water quality of key water bodies, especially priority areas like Manila Bay under the Manila Bay Rehabilitation. To ensure effective enforcement, we are implementing focused interventions within water quality management areas. These areas serve as strategic zones for targeted water quality improvement programs. We are sustaining the operationalization of 45 WACMAs across the country and are moving toward the designation of additional WACMAs to expand our reach and impact. Another important initiative is the continued classification and reclassification of water bodies. This process helps determine the appropriate water quality standards and allowable uses for each water body, ensuring that management strategies are tailored and effective. We also conduct regular monitoring of priority rivers, recreational waters, and other water bodies nationwide to track pollution levels, assess trends, and guide policy and enforcement actions. To support this, the proposed under the NEP of 2026, we have a budget of 396 million, and for MOE 330 million, and for capital outlay which will 66.5 million, which will cover procurement of water checker to be distributed to the regional offices nationwide. Then for the accomplishment, next slide please. So for the highlights of the accomplishment, to date, 1,030 water bodies have been classified out of the 1,144 water bodies, so representing 90% coverage nationwide. This classification is essential in determining the appropriate water quality standards and management strategies for each water body. EMB continues to strengthen the operationalization of 40 existing WACMAS, water quality management areas, and had designated 5 new WACMAS, bringing more areas under focus and coordinated water quality interventions. Moving forward, we are planning to operationalize 51 WACMAS to expand our reach and impact in managing water quality at the watershed level. We have more than 2,700 sampling stations across 270 water bodies to monitor primary water quality parameters. This includes monitoring in 5 green economy model sites, the Coron, the El Nido, Panglao, Puerto Galera, and Siargao, as well as in the Manila Bay regions, which are critical for both ecological protection and tourism. We continue to partner with the private sector under the Adapt and Stero program, which is a strong public-private partnership initiative. We have 717 active donor partners and 614 adopted steros and water bodies. On the policy side, we issued DENR Administrative Order 2025-04, which provides guidelines for the designation of water bodies as non-attainment and attainment area. This policy helps prioritize actions in areas that fail to meet water quality standards. And this is also in compliance with the rate of continuing mandamus in the Verde Island Passage Marine Corridor. We have advanced policy formulation on industry-specific effluent standards, or the ICES, ensuring that wastewater discharges are regulated according to the nature of industrial activities. That is all for the Water Quality Management Program of the EMB, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So who's in charge of the clean water program? ERDB?
EMB, Environmental Management Group.
Yes, but ERDB is also in charge of water in terms of watershed and water resources, right?
For research.
Because water is not just a standard. So it's EMB as the clean water program focal, but there are other agencies which would include water as well. So how do we delineate that? So what are the staff bureaus, line agencies, or attached agencies performing water quality functions? It's not just one. There are at least 10, not even counting the Water Resources Management Office.
Madam Chair, that would include, of course, Laguna Lake Development Authority, the National Water Resource Board. Then you have the MWSS, the Local Waterworks and Utilities Administration. Then you have other, for as you indicated, for the upstream, and then the research part is with ERDB. So these are the agencies that are interrelated
Yes. Funding for quality management and groundwater resource assessment include the EMB, yeah, Clean Water Program. That's 396.769 million and 22.355 million. But that's this year, 2025 GAA. Geohazard, groundwater assessment, and responsible mining. Would that include also, that would be part of clean water and water resources management? Partly, yes. And then the water resources management program in OSEC,
That's right.
262964. Manila Bay Rehab, 1.239. OSEC,
Yes, that's right.
right?
Chair.
These account for over 2 billion. What efforts are undertaken to ensure that there is no overlapping of projects or activities? For example, the groundwater resource and vulnerability assessment activity aims to determine the availability of groundwater resources and assess the threats of depletion and contamination of groundwater. On the other hand, the Clean Water Program of the EMB aims to increase a percentage of water bodies that conform to the water quality guidelines, including water supply. So I'd like to know, how does the DNR make sure that there is no duplication of efforts across its offices and bureaus? I want to understand the delineation of tasks between the two that I mentioned, the Clean Water Program of the EMB and the Groundwater Resource and Vulnerability Assessment activity that is done. Yes, may I be enlightened, please?
Madam Chair, for the Environmental Management Bureau under the Clean Water Act, our mandate is to ensure and monitor the ambient water quality. So that's why we do a regular monitoring on a quarterly basis. And then on the part of the regulatory, we do effluent sampling. Those discharge from the outfall of industries, and it's part of the enforcement also of the regulatory function. And we do issue and inspect, survey, monitor the wastewater treatment of industries to ensure that no untreated wastewater is being discharged to water bodies. So these are the functions as far as the EMB is concerned, for the ambient, for the effluent, and for the regulatory enforcement.
On the other hand, Madam Chair, for the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, it's the assessment of groundwater supply. And then for economic regulation of water rights, that's the NWRB. So the delineation of jurisdictions are quite clear. And then you have MWSS and the local water utilities also having their own respective responsibilities under their charters.
Thank you for that, Secretary. I'm just trying to, kasi ang dami nangangalaga ng ating tubig, pero kulang pa rin tayo sa tubig o marumi pa rin ang tubig. Aha.
Madam Chair, in
Yes.
addition to what I've said, for the areas under the Laguna Lake LLDA jurisdiction, it is the LLDA who issues discharge permit and monitors also compliance of industries.
Okay. ERDB, under which is the Watershed and Water Resources RDE Center. Yes, ERDB. Saan po kayo? Yes. Kayo po ang head ng ERDB.
Good afternoon, Madam
Afternoon.
Senator. Yes, ma'am. This is the ERDB's function is more on the research for the ecosystems
Mm.
And one of these, of course, is the watershed, the forest
Yes.
ecosystem,
Mm.
the grasslands, coastal, and the freshwater ecosystem. There's no overlap in the conduct of research, Madam Chair, because we collaborate with the 9 bureaus and other staff bureaus as well as the regional offices. Ma'am.
Do you share your research in ERDB with both houses of Congress so that we can use it? Are your researches posted online? Is there a portal where we're able to utilize the research being done?
Uh, yes, Madam Chair, we have developed for this year the artificial intelligence powered knowledge hub in which all the researches are uploaded in that system, and we will be launching this within the week, Madam Chair.
Mm.
Ma'am. We are going to share the research products, knowledge products that ERDB had developed since 1987, and there are about more than 400 studies already done, which resulted into technologies, knowledge products, manuals, and input to policies. Ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. The EMB has a clean water program, right? EMB. Yes. And you say in your presentation that we will increase the percentage of water bodies that will conform to our water quality guideline by year 2028. What are we doing? When you say that we will increase the percentage of water bodies, what kind of water bodies are we referring to? And how are we going to do that? How are we doing the cleaning up of our water bodies? That would include strict implementation not only of the Clean Water Act but the Solid Waste Management Law na ang basura hindi tinatapon sa ating tubig.
Yes, Madam Chair, it is interconnected, the solid waste management and the water quality management. As far as the monitoring, we do monitor the freshwater bodies as well as recreational. So when we say that we wanted to improve, but because there are certain areas or there are certain stations that fail to meet the ambient water quality guidelines. Example, for recreational, if it is for contact recreation, like the beaches, it should conform with the, if it is class SB, it should conform with the standard of like the fecal coliform. So these are the things that we need to have the baseline or the data regularly acquired so that interventions would be also done in terms of the air, in terms of the compliance of this of the industries and coordination as well with the LGUs on the establishment of the STP, just like in the what's happening in the El Nido, or those industries not complying, those discharging untreated wastewater. So ma'am, connected po, and including the program under the designation of water quality management area, because it is also very important for the designation of WACMA, because there would be interagency who will manage the WACMA area. It is a governing board wherein the DILG, the LGU, and other agencies will be involved in managing certain designated WACMAs.
ER has the highest share of families with access to safely managed drinking water according to the data I read. That's only 85.5%. Region 4A is 73.1% and Region 3, 67%. That means the balance that I didn't read would not have access to safe drinking water, but the lowest access to safely managed water, drinking water, would be Bangsamoro at 14.8%, followed by Region 5, Bicol, 25.8%, and Region 2, 27.6%. This is really a very difficult situation to handle in terms of water supply and sanitation, and that would involve our health. Duktong-dukto na yung problemang yan. What are we doing about that? considering we are an archipelago of so much water, we have so much rainwater as well. We have a very old law in my first term, which we co-authored. We have all these regulations, but the challenges of providing safely managed drinking water, and as we know, it's so expensive um, to buy drinking water. Yes. How do we address these challenges?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. CP David, I handle the Water Resources Management Office, which was established in 2023 to coordinate the efforts of all agencies with water-related functions. With the directive of the President in 2023, we are tasked to reduce the number of population that do not have access to safe drinking water. Our estimate is about 40 million out of our 115 million population.
So 40 or
For-
14
40
don't have access to safe drinking water.
at least
Wow,
not
that's-
level 3, those
Yes,
the
yes.
piped in
So
water.
that's 1/3 of our population. That's really for me, it's a national security risk.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
And
that's
we
greatest challenge.
obviously it is a huge task, and we have to prioritize.
Humanitarian challenge, yeah.
We have to prioritize which communities need help the most. And we've identified these communities to be those in isolated island barangays, the upland areas, and number 3, in BARM. Those are the 3 areas.
Identify it, but what is the action we're taking?
Sure.
And do we have, number 1, the equipment, number 2, the personnel, number 3, the programs, number 4, the resources
Mhm.
to do it. And it doesn't always have to be all these expensive equipment and technology
Mhm.
na nasisira. Pag ang gobyerno bumibili, palaging madaling masira. We can go back to basics and
Mhm.
collect rainwater and have filtration systems which are nature-based,
Mhm.
di ba? Maraming paraan na hindi masyadong mahal pag sa mga barangay. Yeah, anyway, please proceed.
I'll list down the efforts of the WRMO, but note that since 2023, the water sector has been slightly consolidated with LUA, NWRB, MWSS, and the water districts now under one roof, now under the DNR. And so there are parallel efforts being done by each agency. I'll start with the WRMO. Our budget for 2026 is 262 million pesos. In previous years, it was lower, and in 2023, we didn't have budget because we were just created that year. In 2024, or siguro I'll talk about 2025 na lang, we are set to provide safe drinking water to about 50,000 people in the islands. And this covers about 32 islands out of our target islands of 250 islands that we have identified to not have access to drinking water. These are islands wherein there is no, in most cases, there is no fresh water source within the island, and therefore our kababayans there would have to take their bangkas to the nearest big island to fetch drinking water. Other than that, we have a program for upland barangays, those in mountainous areas like in Abra and in Benguet. And this is through the River Basin Control Office. For this year, Doc Bill, how many communities have we provided water to? Upland barangays? About 10 for this year. So there is that effort, Madam Chair, but of course, we're limited to what budget we are provided each year.
say you've provided water, you've provided the systems and the equipment
Correct.
for potable water.
That's right.
And this is what I see on the screen, right?
Yes.
Water filtration.
Yep.
Alternative water source development would
Mhm.
mean what? Ano yung alternative water source
Part of our
development?
research, well, the traditional sources of water would be groundwater, surface water,
Yeah.
springs, and so on.
So let's take a second. Okay. We recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros. Thank you for
Good
joining.
afternoon, Chair.
Yes, thank you
Mhm.
very much. We're talking about the issue of water, and we know that water in every way is a gender issue, right? Okay,
Mhm.
so we're looking at this slide on, and then you have
Alternative
water
water.
refilling stations, but
Yes.
that's really for cities, not really for GIDA areas, for island barangays.
This is
Madam
a
Chair, these are for the GIDA areas
Oh,
as well.
where do you have those
these are
refilling stations?
these are through our water districts in what are classified as class C and D water districts, no, in small LGUs. The water refilling program is set to lower the cost of drinking water in these LGUs roughly by 50%. No, everyone in the country purchases those blue 5-gallon containers at 25, 30 pesos. With some research and technology that we have researched on, we are set to provide this water at 15 pesos. No, so we cut the price of water by half.
Madam Chair, the budget, I think Yusek David can emphasize that these are low budget expenditures on the part
Yes.
of the program. Go ahead, please.
Yes. So we always compute for how much investment we are making on a per capita for the water refilling program. It's roughly around 300 pesos per capita. And the benefit is already realized within 6 months because of that lowering of cost of water. For water filtration, it's about 1,500 per capita. Many of these systems are small modular desalination systems where we take seawater and produce fresh water for island barangays. And you can see there that for 2025, there's 28 LGUs to be provided. And if I may mention, one of these islands is the farthest island of the island group of Kaluya. And this is almost near Oriental Mindoro. Oh,
Island of the municipality of Kaluya.
it's called
Sibay?
no,
Which island?
it's called Liwagaw Island.
Ligaw.
Ligaw Island.
Ligaw Island.
Ligaw Island.
Which of the systems is instituted there? Is it filtration
It's
or
a desal system.
desal?
Mhm.
Ang desalination machine, matagal na yan na hindi naman
Totoo.
bagong teknolohiya, maraming dekada na yan.
Mm.
Anong kaibahan ng desalination machine na tinatatag o binibigay
Mhm.
ng isit bigay ng sa LGU, bigay ng gobyerno sa
Mhm.
barangay?
Mhm.
What's the difference of this desalination machine?
Mhm.
Ano ang kanyang lifespan? Baka isang taon lang yan, sira na. Kasi usually pag gobyerno nagpo-procure, una, overpriced. Pangalawa, maintenance, wala kasi hindi kaya ng recipient.
Hmm.
Pangatlo, low quality. Yan talaga, nakikita ko. Hindi, sa lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno. At
Mhm.
gaya sa DPWH kahapon, Senator Ontiveros, inaamin nila lahat. Go through from classroom to roads to everything, overpriced. Yung isa pang na tuklasan ng chair ni Senator Sherwin ay 1,000% yung kamahalan nung kalsada. Talagang nakakasakit ng puso. Kaya hindi ko pa tinitignan yung mga presyo ng inyong procurement, ha? Nakikita ko na wala pa ako nakitang mas mura pag procured ng gobyerno, palaging mas mahal. Mula sa pag-construct ng classroom hanggang sa pagbili ng mga bagay hanggang kahapon sa mga CATS, ilaw sa at saka CATS-I at saka mga solar lights ay kung 60,000 yung retail price, 230,000 pag DPWH. It was yesterday in our hearing. Yeah. So, siguro let's not go through that here kasi baka mamaya mabigay nyo sa akin yung mamahaling binibili, pinoprocure.
Okay.
Sino ba yung back
Mm.
ninyo?
Mhm.
Secretary, bantayan nyo yan. Wala pa ako nakikita ahensya ng gobyerno na tama ang presyo ng binibili.
Mm.
Palaging
I can,
mahal.
Ah.
Oo, siguro
two things
please,
that are different, Madam Chair,
please
if I
submit
may.
it to your procurement.
Sure,
Paano
sure.
Maganda kung sabi nyo, kasi kung talagang maganda ang ginagawa nyo sa barangay na merong desalination
Hmm.
machine, for how many, magkano ang ganito?
Sige.
It's a grant, okay, it's a grant from DNR funds
Mm.
and it's given to the barangay. Of course, sila magme-maintain how many liters of water for how many people, more or less, and how much is that desalination machine, saan gawa, anong kaibahan sa ating pagkakaalam sa desalination machine. Yeah, we just want to be enlightened.
Sure, kabisado ko yan, Madam Chair.
Mm.
The desal system like the one in Kaluya is 2.4 million pesos. It serves 1,000 residents of the island. Two items that is I would consider as innovation compared to previous programs that have provided the same system. Number one, low power. It can be powered via solar. So the price now goes down because these are all solar powered. Secondly, we only install these systems if the barangay is willing to sign a MOA with us in terms of not only maintaining but actually charging a minimal amount for those who are going to get water from the system. Anyway, they buy the water from, for example, in Kaluya, they buy it from Mindoro. And so once they have their own system, it actually lowers their price. But we say it's not for free because that is where everything bogs down and there's no maintenance.
Who's the water from the barangay? Who is
They-
the recipient of this DNR grant?
That's right. The barangay actually puts up a local economic enterprise. Bahala na sila. It may be the women, the church group, or the barangay itself. But the point is that they have to charge and we monitor how much they are collecting because when the time comes that the equipment needs maintenance, we actually get the money from that fund.
Maintenance is DNR.
The maintenance is the barangay.
Barangay.
That's why they have to
Ah.
collect that money.
How much they sell the water?
For these barangays, it's about 15 pesos per 5-gallon container. When they buy it from Mindoro, they buy it at 40, 45, and that excludes the crudo of the bangka.
Desalination machine made.
So we bidded it out. The first 6 is provided by a company, local company that sources most of its equipment from China. The second bid winner sources its equipment from Nordic countries, Sweden and Denmark. So we will now check the performance.
And you said that you have how many beneficiaries already?
For each island, it's at least 1,000. That's our threshold.
Yes, how many islands have benefited from this
Okay,
program?
in 2024, there were 6
This is a
already.
new program.
Yes,
Okay, so
6
6
in 2024.
barangays.
Yes,
Okay.
island barangays.
One in Kaluya and the
That's for 2025, the one in
Okay.
Kaluya.
okay.
Mm,
So it's a 2 million peso desalination machine that
correct.
benefits 1,000 people.
Mm,
It's not it's a grant to
The
the
machine is a
barangay,
grant,
but the
yes.
the grantee, the recipient charges a fee of 15 pesos per
For
5
5
gallons.
gallons. That's
And
right.
the maintenance, it goes to the maintenance.
Yes.
And that's enough to maintain the equipment. What's the warranty for that?
If I may,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, in a previous program, I won't name na lang the agency that provided all these equipment, but it was free. As you said, nasira na after 6 months. But one of these barangays, which is now our model, is an island of Negros Occidental. And the residents decided, teka, this is a one-time grant and we should maintain it ourselves. And they started collecting. And this is being relayed by the supplier. All other equipment, it bogged down, except for this one in Negros Occidental, because they now have that maintenance kitty. They went back to the supplier, and the supplier said, we cannot provide you equipment anymore. Tapos na yung grant. And they said, we're not here to ask for equipment. We're here to buy a second unit because we've collected enough and we see that the neighboring island was buying water from us. So fast forward to today, they have now 2 systems that are operating. So this is our model that
It's a simple desalination machine, right?
Mhm.
It's a simple desalination machine. Where is that machine made? Which of this is filtration? Wala dito yung photo ng
Under the
desalination
water
machine.
filtration program.
Ayun yun.
Yes.
Is filtration the same as desalination? That's
So
different.
there are two kinds.
Oh, ito desalination is a
Desalination
fresh
and
water.
the other one is filtration, which is taking fresh water.
Fresh water,
Fresh water and then-
linilinis lang filtration.
Mas more than 800,000 lang.
Saan gawa ito? Ito yung China made.
I think this one is the one from China. But assembled here locally.
So DNR provides it for free from your net budget.
Yes.
And the maintenance is sa recipient na. So
Mm.
they have to charge.
Mm.
And the warranty, what's the longevity of this equipment?
Our
Would it last for 20 years? 10
Our
years, 20
ROI,
years?
mababawi na yung lahat ng cost and all the benefits in 2 years. So kung tumagal siya beyond the 2 years, sulit na yung equipment. Yep.
Okay, I hope it works. It's a new program. I'm happy to note, I'll ask the kapitan of that barangay. Yes, and kindly give us the brand, but not now. No, just submit it to the office so we understand, because I've heard this time and again for the past decades, filtration, desalination, tas mahal-mahal, tas it bogs down. Tapos wala na, pagsira na. But you say that this is powered by solar, ilang watts. And usually nasisira. Paano yung pag masira yung solar power,
Mhm.
paano na?
Well, yung
Generator naman sila. Tapos sasabihin na walang crudo, nasira yung genset, yung maintenance, ganun. Palagi may dahilan kung
Mhm.
bakit nasisira. Alam mo
Mhm.
na, ibig ko sabihin.
yeah,
Ganun.
these are fairly sophisticated equipment, and that's why we impose that there has to be money that should be collected, for the water that is produced. I think doon nag-fail yung maraming programs in the past. Nung binigay yung equipment, wala nang follow through. So this time we're checking regularly if the equipment is still working and if they are collecting the appropriate fees.
So 2024 anim, because it's a new program. Then this year, 28 barangays.
Yes.
And then 2026, this is in your NEP,
Mhm.
the 36 barangays.
Mhm.
Yes. What's your basis for selecting the barangays? Population? Yeah. And distance? Yung pinakamalayo
how
siguro?
isolated they are. So yung 2024 included islands of Romblon, Zamboanga, Sibugay, North Bohol, and in 2025 yan, Kaluya. Yung pinakamalalayo talagang islands yung inuna.
One desalination machine costs around 2 million pesos
Mhm.
for 1,000 people.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
So maybe we can look at the next slide, please. Ano ba yung next slide natin? Okay. So the DNR believes that there has to be an integration of the entire water sector, and this includes irrigation, water supply, hydropower, ecotourism, um, aquaculture, and even flood control. These should be looked at as part of IWRM. Part of our work in the WRMO, being the chair of the Subcommittee on Water Resources in DepDev, is to monitor the flood control projects of DPWH. And this is the dashboard that we have created and our assessment of roughly around 4,000 flood control projects.
Please explain how the DNR, through this project, I believe it's new, is monitoring the flood control project of another government agency.
Correct.
Please explain.
Correct. In 2023, the Subcommittee on Water Resources, which handles all water projects that go through the program convergence budgeting of DBM, when agencies submit their projects for funding, if it is related to water, it as chair, the committee decided that we should monitor these projects.
130 billion
Roughly around 230 billion in 2023.
DPWH amendment insertion.
It was inserted as
Under
part
what department of DPWH?
at that time it was already downloaded to the district offices. Yes.
Hindi ko alam yan.
Mm.
So there's how is DNR monitoring the implementation of that?
Okay. So when the committee decided in 2023 that we should monitor this, not part of the investigation, obviously, but moving forward, we want to know if there are projects that can be with convergence with water supply, and we monitor these on the ground because we have personnel per region, and from our office in Quezon City, we also monitor them using satellite imagery.
To Antiveros,
Oo, salamat, Madam Chair. My first set of questions are about flood control. So, to the issue of flood mitigation, the budget of DPWH has a massive cut of 255.5 billion pesos. And because of this, attention has shifted to the DENR. In the House hearing, DENR said that there is a draft integrated flood control master plan that emphasizes science and nature-based solutions, NBS, to manage water from the watersheds, the rivers, and other inland water bodies, and offshore and coastal areas. So in the master plan, infrastructure flood control projects are just one, and not even the most important component. So given the Philippines' long-standing commitment to international treaties and existing national plans, such as the Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, or PBSAP, and the National Forest Landscape Restoration Program, or NFLRP, paano sinasali ng DENR itong mga mandato sa specific, operational, at funded nature-based solutions, o NBS, para sa integrated flood control, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, I'll ask Yusek David to follow through on that. So it's really follows the ridge to reef approach and all the way down. Therefore, it's a combination of both the gray infrastructure and the nature-based solution.
So in your screen in front is the draft National Flood Management Master Plan. It's quite different from the master plan of DPWH that is infrastructure heavy. if we can have the next slide, the main points of the core principles of our flood master plan are watershed management. It starts from where most of the rainfall will fall. If our watersheds are not intact, then pretty much all the rain will be transformed into runoff and flooding. Second, we promote impoundment of water instead of diverting water to the oceans, meaning river dikes. Impoundment has been a strategy of the Philippines in the 60s and 70s when we were creating man-made lakes and dams, small irrigation systems, but we have long forgotten that strategy.
Ano nga yung batas 19 bago tayo maging senador? The Rainwater Collection Act.
Which,
1980
Madam Chair,
1989.
mandates LGU officials
Yes,
to
barangay.
construct those. Opo,
Yes,
down to the barangay, rainwater catchment
Rainwater
facilities.
catchment. Palala mo, tatanungin ko sa DPWH hearing sa susunod, silang implementing agency. I do it in my residence, in my farm, rainwater. Similar to impoundment.
Impoundment.
Yeah.
In fact,
Anyway, proceed.
thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, the fourth principle there, land use planning, this is where the LGU comes into play. Not only are they mandated to do rainwater harvesting, but also to ensure that there is open spaces, permeable spaces in urban areas so that water penetrates through the ground
Kasi lahat
instead
ng
of.
sinasabi mo, agree kami. Tayo nagkakaintindihan. Hindi naman sinusunod. Hindi naman ginagawa. Paano natin imamandatong gawin nila? Ginagawa ko sa bahay ko, sa farm ko, sa buhay natin, ginagawa natin. Like everything you're saying, we agree. Nasa batas, nasa polisiya. Paano mo tutok-tok sa utak na gawin
The
ng mga
mandate
tao?
rests on DPWH in terms of flood control. I think tama naman yon if it is infra related, but if it is other strategies, it has to be other agencies.
Part of your mandate kasi kayo nangangalaga ng kalikasan. Ang kalikasan ridge to reef. So, wag niyong iisipin na kasi DPWH siya lang, sa infrastruktura lang siya. Pero yung rainwater collection, siguro hindi ko masasabing hindi enlightened yung sumulat na senador noon. Hindi pa nila naisip na may convergence sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno. Kaya wag niyong isipin na territorial tayo sa gobyerno, hindi. Makialam kayo. At lahat ng sinasabi niyong yan, pwede. Walang magsisita sa inyo pag makikialam sa'yo na kami lang dito, hindi. Kayo ang nangangalaga ng lupa, ng karagatan, ng inland na tubig, ng hangin, ng buhay. So, overarching, mainstream kayo ang DNR sa lahat ng galaw ng bawat Pilipino, sa hangin, sa air, sa tubig, sa pag may tap ba o wala. Lahat yan eh. So lahat ng sinasabi nyo, agree kami. Kailan papaano? O sige.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is where we would like to have the tools that we have, including the plans, to assist Congress in making sure that they go into projects and initiatives that would implement these principles and plans. So with this system in place now, with a way to monitor and planning at the start of the planning process, just to ensure, for example, that the hard infrastructure is in fact in accordance with the river basin plans. And then this is where we are working not only through the NEDA Infrastructure Committee, but this is where we also would like to make this available to Congress so that when you do identify the items to be funded, they will be in accordance with these plans.
Kasi, yan. Pag binabasa ko yan, 1998 pa, binabasa ko na yan. Sinasabuhay ko na. Halos lahat ng batas sa clean water at clean air at solid waste at sustainable forest management, akong author o co-author. Pero ganyan pa rin tayo. At imbis na nag-i-improve, what's the word? Sumasahol? It's getting worse? What's a Filipino word? It's getting worse. Lumalala. So, anong solusyon natin? Nakaka-stress ang aking katanungan. Paano?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
ako, malinis ang konsensya ko. I made all the effort, no, to reach out to the other government agencies, as you said.
Hindi ako nagsasabing malinis, marumi, konsensya.
Okay.
No. Ayoko magturo-turo.
Okay,
Oo, it's all our problem. Diba?
yes.
Huwag tayo maging accusatory. Huwag tayo sabi, ako malinis, kayo marumi. Hindi. Lahat tayo may kasalanan. Bakit ganito ang ating bansa? Magtulungan tayo. Anong alam natin, maski yung batas matagal na sinulat namin sa una kong termino, paano ipagpatupad ng tama? At turuan sila at makialam. Hindi natin masasabing, hindi ko mandato ito, baka magalit sila. Hindi. Hindi. Kasi DNR ang designated lead agency in addressing water resources. Water resources as a focal area kaya ako pinapunta dyan ng Climate Change Commission, bagamat maliit kayo, climate adaptation, kayo naman sa tubig. Kaya hindi nyo masasabing, hindi kasi kami yan, public works, hindi, kayo, infrastructure lang sila. Tayo nga, bumabalik in the past years, if not decades, yung nature-based solutions, balik sa dati. Tapos 89 pa nga, may enlightened na senator nang gumawa ng rainwater catchment. Ibalik lang natin sa dati, sinaunang kaugalian natin. Yeah. So okay, back to your malinis ang konsensya mo
Okay.
na ginawa mo yung ano.
Yes.
O sige.
Okay, Madam Chair, what can you do when in 2024, I already secured a memo from the President himself to say that DNR, please coordinate your efforts, these,
Oh,
with DPWH, which has the mandate for flood control. I have that paper. And I went to DPWH with a list of convergence projects, water
Okay.
supply, flood control, etc., etc. And because we are co-equal
Yeah.
agencies, NIA also submitted their own list. They did not look at our list at all.
hindi mo sinabi yan sa budget hearing. Ba't di mo sinabi kay Sen. Risa at sa akin? Akin na. It's not too late.
Well,
Give us a copy of that memo
yeah.
because DENR must know and must approve all flood control master plans, flood mitigation, adaptation, all of that. Dapat galing sa inyo. Kasi mandato nyo ang pangangalaga ng ating forest. Mandato nyo ang kalinisan ng ating katubigan, inland waters, at ang ating karagatan. Mandato nyo lahat sila struktura lang. So, dapat palagi nag-uusap. Palagi nag-uusap. So, hindi pwede hindi nag-uusap. Give us a copy of that letter or that mandate because all the flood control programs must have an ECC. Dadaan sa inyo yan, sa inyong EMB. How can a flood control structure not go through EMB? So that means DNR approves it.
Well, there are those
Yes.
which are covered by certificates of non-coverage and so on. But Madam Chair, we're reviewing those policies. But moving forward, we'd like to emphasize that, for example, what Yusek David was mentioning, which is the multi-purpose dams and even for infrastructure. So we have identified 15 from our list, 21. And we have funded the feasibility studies for that. Now, they would be ready for implementation under the 2026 budget, but it's not part of our budget. What we want to show with this initial list is that we can have convergence of all of those that have been mentioned. So, in addition, National Irrigation Administration has another 81 again multi-purpose projects that would involve water retention and detention, and then they can be used for potable water, irrigation, agriculture, and incidentally even tourism and hydropower. So these are the things that are in our shop right now. So hope if you're looking for ways to demonstrate that indeed convergence can be done, that's why these are some of those projects, and that's why the President went to Claveria in Cagayan in order to inaugurate one of these multi-purpose dams with only 600 million from DPWH. And no, but compared to other projects, Madam Chair, 600 from DPWH, 200 from National Irrigation Administration, they were able to irrigate several thousand hectares for agriculture. Then they had aquaculture, and then now they have irrigation, and then they also have tourism activities. So right now, we're just looking into the hydropower component, which can be privately financed, and then for the potable water aspect of it. So it strikes a number of things.
Proceed, but please, I'll lay my questions, I'll say my questions, but you proceed. How will this budget of the DNR address the need to restrict inappropriate development in flood-prone areas in ensuring that floodplains are properly utilized and their resilience is maximized? My second question is there a specific funding for the review and the updating of water infrastructure building codes based on forecast local climate hazard impacts and ensure its resilience? So those two questions, can you answer it first or will you finish this? Because I want to understand that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Restriction. Okay, that is the purpose of the National Flood Management Master Plan. These are guidelines on how we tackle certain problems. So, and maybe we can go back one slide pa, yung dashboard there. Okay, it's small here, but I can show it to you in another time. What we have noticed is that, okay, we do have ghost projects. We see them much more than what DPWH is reporting. Secondly, these are not the projects that are kumbaga pinakamasama. What we have are classified as structures that actually are poorly situated and exacerbates the flooding. So they were constructed but they actually exacerbate the
So
floods.
gumastos na,
Nakasama pa.
nakasama pa.
Yes.
Eh bakit kumuha ng flood control?
Because it's not part of a master plan in a comprehensive study. I think that's the root cause. So this is sana our opportunity to construct new types of flood management structures for 2026. Impoundment coupled with nature-based solutions, watershed protection, clear waterways and not restrict or constrict them. Yan yung mga guidelines ng master plan.
Ipatupad ang Ecological Solid Waste Management Law. Huwag magtapon ng basura, namely plastic at solid waste sa mga kanal at esteros at sa dagat o karagatan at sa lawa. Simple lang naman yun. Di kailangan ng funding yun. Magtumino lang ang mga tao, di ba? So clear waterways. Tapos nga yung impounding. Anyway, sige. Continue please.
Sige, next.
Nasabi nyo, yung pondo nyo, wala sa budget?
Wala pa kasi sinusunod namin yung proseso. We do a feasibility study first, all the modeling, consultation with the stakeholders. So we can't put it in the budget just yet, but we're ready for it in 2026.
Means, Madam Chair, that the budget that we're preparing for, if can anticipate some of these projects already, because the feasibility studies will have been done by 2025.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So, kaugnay po niyan, Madam Chair, can the Biodiversity Management Bureau, BMB, provide 2 to 3 specific site-based examples of NBS projects, halimbawa, mangrove restoration for storm surge defense o critical watershed rehabilitation mga proyekto na handa na for immediate national budget allocation. At nagpapakita ng kakayahan na umurong na tayo, umusad na tayo lampas sa paper plans at papunta na ng project execution, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'll request Director Mariglo to refer to this. They're in some.
Before you proceed, we welcome the Chair of the Finance Committee, our eagle eyes in the budget. Yes, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honors. So before I answer the Honorable Senator's question, as representative of BMB, I just would like to go back to the mention of PBSAP earlier. So when we talk about flood control and the relationship with NBS, we tend to focus on the water. But in fact, DNR is, as the focal point for PBSAP, already doing a lot of nature-related, which we now call solutions because we have problems, items that are part of the mandate of DNR, as well as internationally, we have committed to different agencies. So, for example, we are mandated to take care of critical habitats. We are mandated to manage protected areas. In doing so, we are strengthening our ecosystems and therefore giving our nature in general a chance to rehabilitate and recover. And as we all know, there's a relationship between healthy forest ecosystems and water. So my point is that this is obviously a much larger picture that we're talking about when we say that we are trying to address a problem like water that is not in its proper place. The other thing is, and this is to answer your question, Your Honor, on the matter of where to put this water, for example, we have wetlands. We don't have laws yet that sufficiently cover wetlands, and that's something that is part of the mandate of BMB to look into these items so that we can address them as a matter of policies. There's an increase, it's a need to increase, for example, Ramsar sites, as in heritage parks, identify caves, peatlands, and things like that are not usually mentioned when we talk about flood control or nature-related problems. So all of these things are under the mandate of DNR to address the issues that affect them. So on the matter of whether we have sites, yes, we do, Your Honor. For example, in Concepcion, Iloilo, there are islands there that have been working with CSOs, like Conservation International, for example. They have been able to demonstrate the impact of a combination of something as basic as rocks, so hard items, as well as mangroves planted at the right places. They've been able to reduce the impacts of waves. Another site would also be in Iloilo, in Leganes, where there used to be an abandoned, unused, underutilized fish pond that was planted to 22 hectares of mangrove, and now it's able to recover biodiversity as well as protect the land that's behind it. So there are examples. But as a caveat, I think it's also very important for us to realize that this is not a one-size-fits-all thing, especially when it concerns nature. It has to be really well studied, and it has to be site-specific and site-relevant. And that is something that we can do in DNR. And so also important for us to realize, what do we want when we say gray infrastructure? Are we okay with a 6-lane road, for example, that's incorporated with mangrove? Or are we talking about huge mega highways? I mean, these are things that we have to discuss with the LGUs concerned, what exactly do we want? Because nature, everywhere you look at nature, it has something to do with scale. The reason why we have disasters is because we probably scaled wrongly, or maybe we put structures where they shouldn't be, or the sizes that are not appropriate. So the hard and fast answer to the question, yes, we do. And in most of these situations, we work with CSOs. So what DNR as government can do is to aid them, so that they're able to translate all these lessons to other sites and scale them up. So it cannot be done overnight, obviously, but it certainly can be done.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
just to add,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Secretary.
Yeah, just in addition, so you have the People Survival Fund, which is being leveraged by the department to attract additional funding, and there are specific sites. At site level, there is in Tagum, Davao del Norte, the mangrove habitat protection and restoration. And then in Negros Occidental and Palawan, there are site grants supported by the Forest Foundation and its partners. So there are also in Seruma, Camarines Sur, where there are community-led mangrove rehabilitation initiatives that are ready for scaling. So these are just examples, as well as on the upstream, on the watershed. So there are also a number of sites, including under the project Transform of the initiative. So you have the ones of Bataan, and for the Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape, as well as the Pantabangan watershed, Pantabangan Karanglan Watershed Forest Reserve, and then for what is this? A very specific project that may be that the chair of the subcommittee may have been interested in is the one in the municipality of San Romeo Antique, covering 18 hectares, which is covered by a memorandum of agreement with the local government unit. But again, Madam Chair, as emphasized by our colleagues, that it takes time, because in this, for example, this one in Antique took them more than 1 year to negotiate and plan among the parties. So it's a process-intensive exercise, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, Mr. Chair. Pero at least lumalabas dito sa komite namin, the department even has a list of these projects, I presume covered by the feasibility studies na binanggit ninyo kanina, and at various stages of potential implementation at may mga partner stakeholders, whether NGOs or LGU. So please provide the committee through our chair or vice chair this list for the consideration of the members when we come to the period of amendments dito sa budget plenary. And salamat din, Secretary, for mentioning the People's Survival Fund, dahil yun actually yung kaugnay niyan yung susunod na tanong ko, and also for mentioning the Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape, kasi may later question ako po dyan. But just to move to my next question na kaugnay din ng PSF, successful, cost-efficient NBS projects have been implemented, as you mentioned, by local government units in provinces like you mentioned, Negros, Batanes, Camarines Sur, often supported by groups like, as you mentioned, Forest Foundation Philippines or the World Bank's Pagkilos Initiative. So ano pong specific na, bukod sa mga maaring nabanggit nyo na, anong specific LGU-led NBS project projects ang nirerekomenda ng department para sa immediate national replication and, as you mentioned, scaling sa pamamagitan ng mga decentralized mechanisms tulad ng isang augmented na People's Survival Fund, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, perhaps what we can do is we can provide the committee with a list of some of those that can be provided with not only with additional funding, but that they can be supplemented with other forms of support by the department. So we can do that. We will submit that from the different initiatives, all the way from the watershed areas to the coast.
Maraming salamat para doon. I believe all of us in the committee would really appreciate that list. And then, to ensure fiscal prudence and robust project prioritization, kasalukuyan bang kaya na ng department mag-conduct ng isang buong benefit cost analysis para sa mga NBS proposals na ito na accurately mag-account for at magbibigay ng halaga, value sa critical ecosystem services. Halimbawa, flood control nga, sediment retention, carbon capture, na mga bagay na yung mga conventional DPWH gray infrastructure projects, madalas they fail to include these, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. May I request USEC Ana to respond to some of your concerns? They are related really with the implementation as well of the recent law that you passed on the Philippine Environment and Natural Resource Accounting.
Which the chair will be glad to hear you mention. At actually, yun yung huling tanong ko dito sa flood control. Yes, please, Yusek, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the DNR has started building its capacity to be able to conduct the benefit cost analysis for nature-based solution proposals. For one, in 2016, we have already a Biofin Philippines project where we compiled the existing valuation studies. And out of the studies, we were able to estimate the value of the Philippines ecosystem services can be derived from timber, water provision, ecotourism, carbon sequestration, flood prevention, and even seafood production. We also were able to develop the Sukat ng Kalikasan tool, which was established in the high conservation value areas and national capital accounting. We were able to assess the presence, for example, of rare, threatened, or unique flora and fauna, and able also to estimate the value of the ecosystem services. With the passage of the PENCAS, we have started to develop the site-specific ecosystem accounts. So ito po yung detailed assessments of ecosystem services that quantify the benefits provided by nature. So far po, merong mga specific areas. For example, we have Masinloc, Oyon Bay. We're able to establish the fish provisioning service there. For Mount Matilingagan, protected landscape, yung naman po kanyang wood provisioning service or crop provisioning service. We can provide you, Madam Chair, with the different sites where we were able to somehow establish this ecosystem accounts. And then we are also already integrating NCA into the watershed management. So for ERDB and FMB, they have already integrated this into watershed management by enhancing watershed characterization and vulnerability assessment. So, matatapos na po natin yung Santo Tomas River watershed, but we have already completed the Tago River watershed. So, we're building that capacity, and we hope that with additional resources, we'll be able to get more people to be trained and also procure the needed software and hardware to build the system, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Salamat, Yusek, Mr. Chair. So sa ganitong tools at saka sistema tulad ng ecosystem accounts, kaya na ng department i-generate yung benefit cost analysis?
Based on our timetable, Madam Chair, may 3 to 5 years, Madam Chair.
In 3 to 5,
Yes, Madam
within
Chair,
3 to
because
5 years pa.
opo, parang site-specific pa lang po, but the whole system has to be developed, Madam Chair.
Okay, so ang kaya na sa ngayon is kwentahan yung halaga ng bawat ecosystem. Pero to generate full benefit cost analyses for each individual NBS proposal, each one could take from 3 to 5 years.
So, Madam Chair, what we can do is to identify the priority sites. We have already identified priority sites. We can review that. Kasi po, in instances where there is resource use conflict, so ang isang area ba to is better for protection or mineral exploration or forest production. So, with the evaluation, we'll be able to come up with an informed decision whether or not ano yung best use for that certain area, Madam Chair.
Let me present, if not a problem, a challenge. What if, dahil nga minsan may competing interest or uses para sa isang ecosystem, paano kung sabihin ng, say, DPWH, ito na aming gray infrastructure, kasi ang bagal nyo sa DENR 3 to 5 years pa. How do we meet that challenge? And allow government as a whole, kayo sa executive, to make the best decision, at kami sa legislature as your partners also to make the best decision in terms of appropriating the budget every year.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question, and I think this is where adherence to the plans that are in place would be helpful, because even if we cannot go down to that level of detail where we are able to compare what would be the cost and the benefit of these projects, if they conform with the general plans, then I think we would have reduced the adverse impact. One of the adverse impacts that was being referred to was that in some cases the hard infra can actually accelerate the force and speed of flooding from the upland going into the lowland. So it not only defeats the purpose but actually exacerbates the problem. So these are the things that I think on even at a macro level we will be able to address with the ones that have been presented so far. Thank you.
Salamat, Secretary. In fact, naalala ko po sa ongoing pa na Blue Ribbon investigation, may na-cite nga po kung isang di umanong flood control project dun lang sa Quezon City na supposed to bring flood water from a creek into a river. Baliktad yung nangyari. Mas napalala yung flooding sa mga nakapalibot na mga kalsada up to Banawe and up to Araneta Avenue. So I think people who hear this hearing can probably resonate already with what you said. And I guess just to close this question of mine, since sabi nyo nga USEC 2016 pa pala meron na po kayo ng Biophil Philippines project. Since last year there was that memo. So kumbaga in the debate or negotiation between DENR and DPWH, meron naman na kayong maipapakita na instruments, systems, tools, sukat ng kalikasan, accounts that can go head to head with any other department for the consideration of your whole cabinet. So my last question on this topic, Mr. Chair, kaugnay nga ng PENCAS na binanggit na rin ni USEC. So ano po yung concrete roadmap ng DENR saka timeline para buong maimplementa yung PENCAS, Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, RA 11195, which is the necessary and fundamental tool to generate the data required for scientifically ranking and sequencing NBS projects within major river basins. Yung technical working group po ba ng department na kumpleto na yung implementing rules and regulations na due noong Mayo nitong taon, Mr. Chair?
Madam Chair, the IRR itself has already been completed, and in May that was published, and therefore is already effective. But I'll ask Yusek Te to give some more details. Thank you.
Yes, Yusek, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair. The DNR has already formulated its NCA implementation plan, which was also based on the NCA roadmap, which was formulated by the Interagency Committee on Environment and Natural Resources Statistics. In the NCA implementation plan, we have identified different phases. The first one would be on institutional and data systems development, where we will have to establish the data needed for the accounting of the ecosystem services. And then we have need also do organizational restructuring, which was mandated also by the PENCAS law to identify up to our CENRO level, Madam Chair, because our task would even include getting the data that will come from the local government unit. So it's a tedious task that we need additional support of our support to our CENROs and PENROs and regional offices. And then the capacity building. So that's the phase one. For phase two would be the mainstreaming of the site-specific ecosystem accounts. That would mean developing the indicators and also updating the NCA roadmap. And then the phase three would be the actual piloting of the ecosystem accounting. So the preparatory work we hope to finish, Madam Chair, by until next year. We have started this month. So after that, Madam Chair, in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll be able to develop the system and pilot test, Madam Chair.
So at most 3 years pa yung timeline nyo. So by end of this administration, fully implemented na or implementable yung PENCAS law. Okay. Salamat po, Yusek. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions for this topic. And so, Mr. Chair, shall we ask them to continue their presentation? Ayan, perfect timing, Madam Chair. Pero bawasan yung stress. We just talked about your PENCAS.
I know, I monitored it when I
Okay.
was there for a while.
Okay.
I know, it's
Super.
before you proceed to another subject and go back to that, I'm glad that I saw certain site-specific areas of account systems, account services being measured. Tumulong ba sa inyo ang PSA? Kasi mandato nila yon. Sila ang tumulong. Yeah.
Madam Chair, the PSA is central po sila. So actually yung data nila also comes from the
Kayo ang
DNR
pumili
data.
ng areas that will be measured.
Yes. Mr.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
And I saw may Mount, etc. Certain areas. You mean these areas, are they part of the 100 plus, INIPAS or different? Are they part of INIPAS?
Madam Chair, some are part of the INIPAS, some are initial components.
That's okay. So good.
Yes.
And yan. Site-specific ecosystem account. So, natutuwa ako, thank you for asking that, dear, na may silbi yung ating batas. At alala ko nun, nag-interpolate ka ng gusto. Tapos sinabi pa ni Coco, he was minority leader, was he?
Yes,
Yeah. He said, we may not understand the law of Senator Legarda, but, because it's difficult to understand, but we trust your judgment and we will vote in favor. Minority kayo.
And my former minority leader did vote for it also.
Correct. Yeah, and I think you've always been very, very supportive of this not easy to understand but very essential forms of legislation. So, ibig sabihin yan, kayo ang pumili, tumulong po ang PSA dahil sila, mandato nila yan, at nasukat na yan, di ba? We cannot treasure what we do not measure. So, yan. So, sinukat na po yan. Itong lugar na to. So, pag sinukat na yan, alam natin ang kahalagahan sa buhay natin. Tama? So, give us the full reports of those. I want to see an output of PENCAS as applied in these sites. Does that mean that this, depending on the kind of ecosystem, this can be traded for carbon sequestration, like with Singapore? Pwede ba yun or hindi? Maa-apply ba, let's say, ang protected landscape, ang forest, ang bundok, at kaya bang sukatin, dahil may sukat, meron na kayong value ng ecosystem niya, ecosystem services, can this be measured for carbon sequestration so it can be bought by the Singapore government to meet their net zero by 2050? Kasi di ba, you're fixing the legal framework for that. Is that, let's say, the Cleopatra Needle Forest Reserve. So lahat ba yan ay, we're not selling for exploitation, we're selling for their credits. Are we ready to sell this for credits? Or if hindi pa, if you're not ready to answer, no. Anyway, let us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I want to see the report of the of these 5 as pertaining to PENCAS. Paano magandang basahin yung report. And then maybe we go back to the technical experts and even to PSA and DepDev and kayo, because you're the ones doing the framework. How do we make this report ready based on this initial information we have so that they can be part of our carbon trading with Singapore? Diba? In fact, all our 100, how many protected areas? 114? Ilan ang protected areas? 120 plus? What's our total protected areas? 121. 1 to 1? 1 to 1. Assuming that's correct. All the 1 to 1 should be prepared. We should prepare that for carbon trading. Anyway, it's just a suggestion. Then you can, so ito. Okay, Tago. Saan yung Tago? Where is Tago? What province is Tago River? What region is it? Who knows where Tago River is, please? Region 6. Sa amin. Saan dyan? Ba't hindi ko alam? Anong probinsya po? Huh?
Ma'am,
Surigao and
we check.
Agusan.
Oh, that's Caraga, not
Caraga,
6.
Region 13.
Say it again, please.
Surigao and Agusan del Sur.
Caraga,
Yeah.
not 6. Okay. Then Southern Palawan. Ayan meron na carbon sink and sequestration. So kasama na siya sa ecosystem accounts. O Laguna de Bay. Ayan. Kaya nga patingin. Kasi bullet points lang to Patingin kung paano nyo ginawa ang inyong ecosystems accounting sa mga sites na ito. Yeah. By tomorrow. That's exciting. Nothing's perfect. Just whatever you have, and let's see how this would comply with the mechanism that you said you're finishing before ASEAN or by this end of this year, the turnover sa atin, so that we can comply with Singapore's request for carbon trading.
Madam Chair,
Thank
follow-up
you.
question lang.
Thank you, Senrisa.
Oo, salamat po. Secretary, or maybe si Yusek din, yung environmental accounts, ginagawa rin po ba sa mga mineral reservations?
Yes.
Opo, kasi itong mga ino-offer for exploration o kaya sa mga areas na ina-assess ng MGB for declaration as mining reserves. So, ginagawa rin po doon.
Madam Chair, the evaluation criteria that were used for identifying the priority sites, they include characterized as key by the biodiversity areas, mining areas, critical watershed or river basin, climate change, and disaster consideration. So these are among the criteria that were taken into account.
Salamat, Mr. Secretary. Salamat, Madam Chair.
On the forest carbon, can you quickly, Assistant Director Kabigting, can just give you some of the updates just on what we are doing right now?
Madam Chair and other Your Honors, on the point earlier on the potential of carbon sequestration for a forest parcel area, we're studying now. We're conducting a project now, ma'am, Your Honor and Madam Chair, on how to determine the carbon sequestration potential of a certain forest area, so that when we decide to develop forest carbon projects there, we know how fast and how efficient the projects would be in that certain type of area. One area that we're doing the project is in Upper Marikina, actually, ma'am, with the help of the French Development Agency and UPLB, Madam Chair. So to your question earlier, once we've identified the accounts that carbon sequestration is an account in an area, in a given ecosystem, we then have to identify the potential, the carbon sequestration potential of that area based on how the ecosystem can regenerate, or what types of forest management interventions you have to put in so that you expand your carbon stock and therefore generate carbon credits, which then can be traded to whoever the proponent is. Madam Chair.
If you're doing Upper Marikina, that means that would include the Masungi Reserve.
It includes the 26,000 hectare that's protected, ma'am. Madam Chair.
All of the Masungi Reserve, Geo Reserve.
I will have to get
I think
back
we
to
should
you.
measure that.
Yeah.
That's government
Yes,
land.
ma'am.
That's
Yes,
a people's
it
land.
definitely
Yes.
is. If it's
While
part of
it
the
is
26,000.
privately run, a part of it, I think we must do
Not all the time.
site-specific, you call it site-specific, or that you chose that site, okay? So you measure the value of the natural wealth
Yes,
in
ma'am.
Masungi.
Yes, Madam
Yes. Anyway, those taking care of it are doing, I think, taking care of it quite well, right? Yes.
The project site, Madam Chair, is the whole 26,000 hectares of the Upper Marikina protected
Correct.
river
So it's
basin.
part of the Upper Marikina, which you mentioned you are measuring
Yes, Madam
for
Chair.
PENCAS,
For carbon sequestration potential, Madam Chair.
Yes.
For carbon credits.
for carbon credits.
Yes,
That's
Madam
one
Chair.
of the sites for carbon credits.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Would
Madam
like to see. Yes, proceed. please.
Follow up lang po. Kay Secretary, ano pong planong gawin ng OSEC dun sa hidwaan ng Masungi Reserve Foundation at ang DENR?
Madam Chair, since I came in only in June, so I'm, what is this? I am giving myself up to the end of the year to fully study the case, and they had a motion for reconsideration, so I have not resolved that at my level pending further study. Thank you.
Salamat, Secretary. And Madam Chair, if I could just say that I hope the OSEC will give this a very strong second try. Kasi nung nakaraan, parang hindi masyadong umusad yung pag-uusap, negosasyon between DENR and the foundation, at parang hinayaan yung korte. I mean, of course, the court also has its role to play and may play a positive role here. Pero tingin ko sana gamitin ng OSEC yung powers niya to forge some kind of a solution with the foundation. Salamat, Secretary and Madam Chair.
We
Thank
take
you,
note
Chair.
of that, and I thank Senator Risa for raising that. Ako, simple. Pag maganda ang ginagawa, wag papalayasin, ay i-replicate pa natin ang ginagawa at suportahan. Ngunit, pag meron namang mga pagkakamali o mapupunong legal infraction sa kontrata, rebesahin. Importante mag-usap. Pero wag basta-bastang magpapaalis kung maayos ang ginagawa. At base sa dati pang panahon, bago pa tayo, ay may kontrata. Kung yung kontrata ay may kamalian sa inyong tingin at abogado ang sekretaryo, i-correct. Ganun lang yun, di ba? Oo. Pero wag basta-bastang ilalaitin, away-away, paalisin, wag naman po. At maganda, sa tingin ko, kasi hindi pa ako nakakapunta, ang ginagawa. And if there are many good programs being done. So we replicate it in other protected areas, right? But kung sino man nandun naman, kailangan sumunod din sa ating mga batas. Sa INIPAS, sa PENCAS, sa ESWM, sa Clean Water, ganon. Wala naman mga isolated areas sa Pilipinas na hindi sumasang-ayon sa ating mga polisiya at batas. Ganun lang. So, patas yung aking sagot. So, thank you very much. We can proceed now. We're back. We're still in the water, right? We're done with the water of... Yeah, that's what I missed while I was going up. Doon ako na-stress sa water. But the query earlier sa water was you were supposed to give us examples of areas where this new program is being done and the success stories, if ever. Right? Success stories, if ever. And also, you have a right, that's what when I left, to look into the water infrastructure programs of DPWH because that's your mandate, DNR. Yeah. Before we leave PENCAS, because Sen Riza raised it, you have almost 2 billion in your NEP for strategic planning. How will you use this? And under whose bureau is it? OSEC. 1.93 to be exact. No details na pagkaintindi ko.
For
Information System Strategic Plan for ICT. Laki 2 billion. For PENCAS. Natutuwa ako na naisip niyo yung PENCAS, but how? How will you implement it, please?
On page 80.
Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean it's not?
Yes, Madam Chair. The budget includes about 1.1 billion for the data management, including systems development and management. This includes, Madam Chair, provision of equipment and support to ICT operation of our regional offices up to the central level, Madam Chair. This also includes provisions for the cascading of statistical reporting system, the development of protocols and policies of natural capital accounting, the ENRIS data dissemination, also conduct of ENR studies, multi-stakeholders forum, and other researches on scientific based on the implementation of ENR activities and other climate change related activities, Madam Chair.
This 1.93 billion is divided already into the regions.
Yes, yes,
It's
Madam
not a
Chair.
lump sum
Yes,
in the
Madam Chair.
OSEC.
Yes, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
wala sa NEP. Nasa NEP ba yung breakdown? Wala eh. But kindly give us the breakdown of the 1.93. No, this 1.93 is your information system, but it would include natural capital accounting, kasama na ang PENCAS. So, hindi na kailangan dagdag, di ba? Isama na nyo. Dapat kasama yun.
1.93 includes also the attached agencies of the not only the OSEC.
So, it includes, so it's ICT for everything. But you should, I can't augment the budget, so please include PENCAS there. In the operations, because marami palang ahensya at saka kasama na yung regions dyan sa 1.93, isama nyo, dapat parang mandato na, kasi batas na yan dapat sa organic budget nyo yan, sa NEP nyo, parang yung mindset ng bawat ahensya sa region, EMB, pati yung red, ay PENCAS na sa utak. Lahat na nakitang ridge to reef ay jewel sa atin. Pangalagaan, sukatin, evaluate natin para magamit bilang carbon trading if qualified. Ganun. So, I just saw that proposal. So, it's in the regions. Okay. Yeah, please proceed. I'll ask about PENCAS later. Thank you. The water slide will be given to us because I won't make you repeat it. USEC, David, the core principles, yeah, we have a copy anyway. And then the samples of little barangays that you said were supposedly successful. Hopefully they're successful so that we can model it. And if we augment the budget, if the chair would allow, let's say, would you consider that institutional amendments, and you identify GIDA areas of large populations in different parts of, let's say Mindanao, for example, or whatever, na maraming in need of water, that successful implementation can be included in the DNR budget, right? As a committee amendment, correct? But you identify kung san yung, ano ang inyong mga basis. Sobrang layo, ang daming tao, wala talagang pagkukunan, so kailangan yung filtration mo, yung desalination or the filtration, right? Kung papayag yung chair, institutional amendment naman yun eh. Diba? Kasi before you arrived, pinakita nila yung sample base lang sa salita ni USEC na matagumpay. Tignan natin, ha? Sabi niya, at yung equipment na binili nyo, hindi namin alam ang presyo, hindi kayo presyong DPWH, ha? Kasi yung kahapon nakakashock, yung nakita niyang kalsada, 1,000% ang taas base sa isang assessment ng NGO. Yung nakita ko naman na cat's eye na sobrang taas, pati yung street light na solar, 60,000 ang retail price, 230,000 ang DPWH. So, please, we will look, check mo muna sa back mo yung pagka-procure kasi hindi mo USEC hindi mo na, konsepto tayo eh. Pero sa back nyo, baka mamaya, tas patingin ng supplier nyo, sabi mo, China. So, alamin natin kung maayos. Then, I may want to put, it's a new program, I'd like to support it. Mukhang baby ni Sec Lutilia at saka ni Yusek David eh. Ha? Even before ako, kasi water persons kami, yeah, gusto kong suportahan kasi iilang barangay lang eh. Ba't nang iilang barangay? Bigyan ka lahat ng report ng pinakamalalayong islang barangay. Isla lang ba o bundok din? Bundok din, sa Cordillera, sa Barm. Tulungan natin. May tubig naman kayo sa Valenzuela, di ba? Oo, yeah. Okay. No, biro lang. Oo. At kayo sa Capiz. Yun, sa suportahan ni Senrisa sa mga isla sa Panay. Basta ganun. Mag-submit kayo. Yan.
We will do that, Madam
Sige,
Chair.
sige.
Thank you. And for the other projects, that's also convergence. They're part of the master plan that we have submitted to the committee. Thank you.
Let's proceed. Hindi ka pa nagtanong? No. Sige. Sige, please proceed. Ano yung susunod? Oo.
Solid waste, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sec, and thank you, Madam Chair. So, for the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act or RA 9003, we have, the EMB has a 2026 budget under the NEP of 280 million, covering all MOE. So, yes, ma'am.
Sandali. We proceeded to solid waste, pero ang hindi pa natakal ang mga agencies concerning water. Hindi pa. So we can't move on because hindi pa, no? You've not presented,
Well,
right?
the ones which have already been mentioned,
Like
Madam Chair.
National Water Resource Board, wala pa.
That's part of the integrated water management.
I think-
the water management,
And
the
LUA.
resource management office.
And LUA and MWSS?
Yeah, they're here, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So
Sorry to interrupt. So, solid waste, let's just finish water. May we proceed with the National Water Resources Board? Kasi kayo ang nag-grant ng water rights, eh? And you formulate policies. Yeah, just so that we understand what you do. And then you do groundwater vulnerability assessments.
NWRB, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. Allow me to present the projects and programs of the National Water Resources Board. Madam Chair, the NWRB is the government agency that is responsible for all water resources in the Philippines. It coordinates and regulates all water-related activities in the country that has impact on the physical environment and the economy. The core functions of the NWRB are resource regulation, economic regulation, and policy formulation. Next slide, please. Allow me to present the major programs, projects, and activities of the NWRB. We have on the groundwater management, we have a universe of 20 identified groundwater stress areas that was identified by JICA and NWRB, and we have included also 8 highly urbanized cities. As of today, we have developed 16 groundwater management plan, and there are 4 ongoing with projected 20 ground management plan for 2026. Also, we have, in line with this groundwater management plan, we have established groundwater monitoring wells. In line there too, there are, as of today, there are 72 established groundwater monitoring wells. There are 14 ongoing groundwater monitoring wells being established, and we are projected to go on 2026 with about 20 of these, or 15 of these groundwater monitoring wells. Also, as part of the groundwater monitoring wells activities, we have projected the installation of water resources management data system, or what we call the telemetry, water management telemetry. These are for groundwater wells, where we are going to establish a telemetry system, which is a process of remotely collecting and transmitting data from instruments, sensors, or device to a receiving system of monitoring for monitoring, analysis, and control. Right now, we are targeting in 2026 22 telemetry system with solar-powered sensors that collect measurements of water level and water quality in Region 6, in Region 7, and in Region 10. Also, as part of the comprehensive water resources assessment, we have developed 10 river basin plans, and there are 5 ongoing projects on major river basins, with 3 river major basins be targeted for 2026. Also, in line with this groundwater management plan, we are developing artificial groundwater recharge designs for 11 sites this 2025, and another 17 sites for 2026. This will assist the office in developing plans on how to augment or how to recharge the groundwater in these particular areas, Madam Chair, Your Honors. And
I'm sorry, how,
finally-
how do you select the areas, sir? OICED? How do you
Ah.
select the areas?
insofar as the artificial groundwater aquifer recharge, ma'am, these are based on those areas that are highly, call this, which are fully appropriated areas of for groundwater, ma'am. That we are trying to have some designs for this to augment or enhance the groundwater within these areas, ma'am.
Can you give us an example of some areas that you're doing your groundwater assessment?
Insofar as groundwater assessment, ma'am, we have 18 river basins, ma'am, on this, and 10 have already been completed. These are the river basins of Agno, Panay, Davao, Halaur, Bicol, Cagayan de Oro, Tagoloan, Cagayan, Ilog, Hilabangan, and Abra. We are undergoing now comprehensive water resource assessment in Buayan, Malungon, Agusan, Agus, Tagum, Libuganon, and Abulog river basins.
Okay. When you say you're doing a comprehensive water resource assessment, at self-explanatory, you're assessing the water it can generate and the quality, right?
Yes,
For domestic and commercial use,
Yes,
for
ma'am.
potability also, clean
Yes, ma'am.
water, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're basing it on the 18 major river basins.
Yes, ma'am.
The 18 major river basins, were they designated by DNR or DPWH?
Actually, ma'am, these river basins were part of the JICA master plan. That was there was a study made. I think that was in 2018 or
So
2019.
is this the same river basin list that DPWH is talking about? Because they always talk about flood control based on the river basins. Pareho yan. That's the same JICA study. So hindi pag DNR, ito river basin ninyo, hindi. It's the same.
Yes, I think so, ma'am.
Kasi panahon pa ni Sec Babe Singson, meron na siyang mga plano sa river basins, DPWH, it's the same, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you say you have 10 studies of the 18 major river basins on the water supply it can generate, on the water quality, right?
More so on the water availability, ma'am,
Availability.
not on the water quality.
Okay, the water availability for domestic use,
Yes, ma'am.
potability, potable water, or just what
It's
kind
more
of
on the
water?
availability, ma'am, not on the potability.
Okay, so these are studies. These are studies.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what do you do with the study once you have it, of the 10 of the 18?
Ma'am, these are used as a guide or policy formulation,
For
as well as
policy.
for, of course, when we regulate the distribution of water through permitting, ma'am.
Or based on these studies, that's what you use as basis that you give for permitting. Please
That's part
explain.
of it, ma'am.
For water rights.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us the process of permitting of water rights? And in each of the 18 major river basins, you give permitting for whom? Is it for commercial or domestic use? Para maintindihan po namin.
Actually, ma'am, when we speak of allocation of water, we have the following purposes, ma'am: for irrigation, for fisheries, recreation, livestock, for municipal use, and for industrial use. Insofar as non-consumptive use of water, we use it for irrigation, for fisheries, recreation, livestock, for municipal use, and for industrial use. Insofar as non-consumptive use of water, we use it for 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 non-consu power, recreation, livestock, industrial, irrigation, and fisheries as well.
Liwanag po nyo sa amin yung proseso ng pag-apply ng water right.
Ma'am, it starts first with the
Maybe just identify one major river basin and the process of securing a water right. We want to
Ma'am, it
understand.
depends on what is the purpose for the application, ma'am. Let's say for municipal purpose, ma'am,
Yeah.
one will go to the office and submit basic requirements, more importantly, the source of the water and the authority over the area where you are going to apply, together with the plans for such purpose.
A municipality can do so.
Yes, ma'am.
An LGU,
Yes, ma'am.
a private person, a
Yes, ma'am.
corporation.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, they go through the requirements and then you issue the water right for the exploitation of that right.
Yes, ma'am, for the extraction of the water.
Extraction. How much do they pay DNR?
I think for an application fee, so,
Want to exploit the water right in that area, how much would an LGU water right cost?
an annual fee of, if I'm not mistaken, about 5,000 pesos, ma'am.
Yun lang, karapatan na niya mag-extract ng tubig doon.
Yes, ma'am.
Ganun lang. Oh,
That is what is in the law and in the implementing rules and regulations of
That's being reviewed, Madam Chair.
ganun lang.
Yes, ma'am.
Ganun lang. Okay, pag siyang may karapatan mag-exploit ng tubig doon, bebenta niya yung tubig.
Yes, ma'am.
Di ang laki ng kinikita, tapos 5,000 lang ang pupunta sa gobyerno.
If I may,
Oh yeah, explain.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon my ignorance. I mean, I just want to understand, do you know this water rights? I don't know it too well. I want to understand it. Whether livestock, commercial, municipal.
the Constitution provides that all waters belong to the state. And so when we provide a water right, it is a right for them to utilize the water. There is an annual charge of about 5,000 to 20,000 pesos depending on the volume. We are not charging on a per volume basis because we know that when a water right grantee sells it, no, kung merong cost pa siya na additional from government, dadagdag lang yan dun sa cost. Ipapass on.
How many LGUs have water rights?
Maybe I can answer. All in
yes.
all, there are about 23,000 water right grantees. About 75% of that are for irrigation purposes. 15,000 cubic meters per second, it's
Yeah.
about 75%, belong to NIA for their irrigation.
Even NIA goes through
Yes.
DNR for their for irrigation.
Everyone.
Yeah, everyone.
And 25% is extracted for domestic, industrial, and commercial purposes.
This board is under USEC David. No.
I sit as chair for the secretary.
Okay, continue please. So we understand. So 23,000 have water rights. And even NIA, a government agency, has to secure a water right.
Everyone, MWSS, all the water districts,
Okay.
no, they're required.
And how do you monitor the wise utilization of this water right? How do you monitor?
There is a regular monitoring of water rights grantees. Obviously, we cannot visit all 23,000 every year. Secondly, we rely on reports from on the ground if there is extraction that they think does not have the necessary permits, so we investigate. We partner with the water districts in terms of monitoring because they're the ones on the ground. But yes, arguably, mahirap siyang bantayan.
How do we know if the watershed is being protected? That is a source of water. How do we know na hindi tinatapunan ng basura, ng solid waste, no? Next topic natin. Lahat ng mga lugar na ito na source ng water. The overutilization and exploitation of the nature that gives this gem of water, this gem, yeah. How do we do that? That we don't over-exploit and overutilize na nauubusan na yung source.
So based on the studies therefore, Madam Chair, about the carrying capacity of the water source, then that becomes their basis for granting the maximum volume of water rights. And we have to, as pointed out, we have to distinguish between consumptive uses and non-consumptive uses, because the consumptive uses like irrigation and potable water will be depriving other users of the same. But for non-consumptive uses like hydropower, it's just the turbines will just run as they pass through, then there is no consumption of the water. So all of these are taken into account by NWRB. As for the state of the watershed, then it is our Forest Management Bureau and regional offices that would have the responsibility over the watersheds. But not all watersheds are under the direct supervision of DENR. A number of them, for example, are with the National Power Corporation and other agencies.
So, not all, does NAPOCOR ask for water rights? No. They do.
Yes, it does. From
NIA,
every-
NAPOCOR,
yes.
MWSS, LUA,
That's right, Madam Chair.
all of that. Tas maliit siyang board. Parang dapat may Department of Water talaga. Oh, yeah.
That's still, Madam
Oo.
Chair, as
it's,
was agreed by the LIDAC, it's still one of
I've been
the-
filing it for decades. Yeah, it can't be just a board. They should all be under one body. But it's yeah. But I know that some agencies, maybe including this NWRB, does not. Their agencies and government ayaw, no. That's why we stopped it. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Baka NWRB ayaw din. LUA. I-survey lang natin dito. Ilan lang naman eh. Yung totoo, para malaman naman, hindi ko na itrabaho kung ayaw nyo. Yes, NWRB. At sino pa ba nandito? Sino maingay dyan? MWSS at LUA. Gusto ba niya ma-under sa Department of Water o hindi? Para mabawasan ako ng trabaho pag ayaw nyo.
NWRB, ma'am, definitely would like that a Department of Water be created, ma'am. I think it's really high time that a department will be the one handling this precious resource.
LUA here? No. But LUA is under...
right now attached to the Department of Environment and
Used to
Natural
be under DPWH.
Under DPWH.
Kailan linipat?
2023.
Linipat. Dati DPWH.
including MWSS was also under DPWH.
Okay. Oo. Can you speak?
Madam Chair, LUA sees no problem in being under a Department of Water or Water Resources, ma'am.
For the MWSS Regulatory Office, we are actually in favor of being under the Water Regulatory Commission.
Madam Chair, Your Honors, MWSS Corporate Office support the creation of Department of Water.
Madam Chair, the Legislative Executive Development Advisory council has actually included it in the priority legislative agenda.
Note when I filed this long ago, walang pumapansin at ayaw. Even when I tried to, I think nasa floor na ako, defend ko na eh. Maraming ayaw. Nagbago na, ang hihip ng hangin. Sige. Economic Affairs Committee naman yan, hindi ako. Sige. Okay,
We will
proceed.
need to ask, Madam Chair, the National Irrigation Administration.
Dania and the others, yes.
Because they own the bulk of the water rights in the country.
Okay, yeah. Please proceed.
One question lang to the MWRB. May nakita kami dito sa co-report, two projects under the responsibility of the Water Utilities and Monitoring and Enhancement Division have no obligation incurred during the year caused by failed bidding of one project and discontinuance of the other, while the other two projects under the Water Utilities and Rights Divisions also incurred low utilization rate at the year end due to delayed project implementation. So, anong nangyari dito sa failed bidding?
Actually, ayun po ang problema, sir, Your Honor.
First, anong project to? What's the background of this project?
Yung sa...
Eto, meron pa pala. Moreover, the total NCAs received, nakakuha na ng NCA of 217 million. Only 150 million was disbursed due to delay in the implementation of various project-related activities. So what's the background of this?
I am not well versed with that one, Your Honor. I am also new. But I heard that there are some projects that were delayed because, in my time, because of procurement issues. Some, there were late procurement because of preparations and preparations of DOR. Others that there are undertakings wherein some of the bidders did not qualify with the...
So what happened to that? Well, first, naka-allocate kasi ng pondo. Diba? So we appropriated funds. But hindi nagalaw yung pondo because nagkaroon ng failed bidding and discontinuance. So the point there is sayang yung pondo. Naglagay ng pondo. Diba? So number one, what is the project? And then number two, bakit hindi na bid? At bakit din-discontinue? Kung hindi pala kailangan ng project, dapat di na naglagay ng pondo.
With all due respect, Your Honor, I think that is not...
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Our officer in charge of NWRB is relatively new,
Okay.
so he might not have the institutional memory on this one, but we will submit a
Okay.
report. to
Yeah,
the
but the
committee
point
on
I'm
this.
trying to make is we allocated funds but it's hindi siya nagamit basically because of failed bidding and discontinuance, no? So I'm trying to understand what happened. How come they discontinued the project? And then did they continue the project? Kasi kung failed bidding, nagtuloy ba sila ng bidding ulit? Meron ba kayong ginawang bidding after? Do you know what project is this?
With all candor, Your Honor, I am not aware of that project wherein there is
This is fiscal year.
discontinuance.
This is fiscal year 2024.
2024. May I be allowed to check, Your Honor, please?
Sige, i-submit nyo lang sa amin, no? I don't, obviously we don't want this to happen again.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is under, I would assume this is under your operations budget, eh. So,
We will submit, Your Honor.
thank you. Thank you, Secretary. Just submit to us a report on this.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Na kompleto na ba yung tinatanong ni Madam Chair kanina na all the water agencies under or attached to the DENR na nagsabi ng posisyon kung sumasang-ayon o hindi doon sa pagpasa ng Department of Water. So, kompleto na po.
Yes, Madam
All right.
Chair.
So, in that case, I think, Mr. Secretary, we can continue with the presentation of
Okay,
the
thank you.
department. Please
Yes.
proceed.
Solid waste.
We have
We
already.
call on
MWSS.
MWSS to present.
Okay.
Very
Yes,
quickly.
please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Madam Chairperson. The MWSS Regulatory Office is the one that monitors the performance of the concessionaires Manila Water for the East Zone and Maynilad for the West Zone with respect to their service obligations for water, sewer, and sanitation. We also monitor the continuity of supply, the water and wastewater quality standards, the non-revenue water, as well as the customer service standards. For 2026, the MWSS Regulatory Office is requesting for a budget of 204.047 million, and if it's possible, for additional 34.464. This represents 140 million for PS, 62.981 for MOE, and 0.4 for CO for capital outlay. For the additional is for the 41.640 for PS for the CPCS in case there's of the application of the new CPCS2. That's the presentation for the MWSS Regulatory Office.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Chair, for the MWSS? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we can proceed, Mr. Secretary.
May we
Thank
call
you.
on Lua to present next?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, LUA is a 52-year-old organization made in 1972. We are tasked to create, finance, engineer water districts throughout the Philippines. We are thankful for the NEP of 29.6 million pesos. However, we would ask recapitalization for LUA. Our capitalization per 1972 was capped at 2.5 billion pesos, and it was fully subscribed by 1991. And after that, no further capitalizations were made for LUA. What was given to LUA were different government subsidies. Sa GAA po, nagbibigay po ang gobyerno. We're thankful. But however, if we want to fulfill our mandate, we would ask the Senate to please reconsider or consider investing in LUA again. We perceive that there would be a greater demand for water distribution throughout the country. As of now, LUA is fulfilling its mandate by giving out loans through internally generated cash. As of this date, we have disbursed over 1 billion pesos, or we have allocated over 1 billion pesos, sourced through our own income generation through loans. But we fear that in the coming years that there will be challenges with regards to funding. For example, there might be the 20 biggest water districts might come into the fold of LUA once again if joint venture is cancelled. We fear that we would need additional capital to service those water districts, and of course the different water districts that normally go to us. The recapitalization may be given. We will give out the recapitalization through the form of grants or other subsidies to water districts. The only monies or funds that we ask for, we charge interest, are internally generated funds. So whatever the government, the Senate, or Congress allows, we would be very happy. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for LUA, Mr. Chair?
Not at the moment, Madam Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. Sabi niyo po, the 20 biggest water districts might come back into LUA's fold. Kaugnay lang nung ongoing na hearing natin sa Committee on Public Services, I think, tungkol dun sa mga private concessionaires. We're not at this point of the hearing yet, pero tingin ko dadako tayo sa mga possible solutions to the problems. At hindi lang naman iisa yung solusyon. Of course, going back into Lua's fold is one of them. At kaya, for one, this representation as a member of that committee looks kindly on yung advocacy na dagdagan ng mandates ng LUA. Pero there may be other solutions as well. So baka pakete ng mga solusyon. Some of which the LGUs who are currently part of those joint venture agreements but experiencing problems, yung mga constituents sila experiencing problems, ay nag-iisip na ng iba pang mga solusyon, bringing in the necessary funding from different sources para magpatuloy yung operation ng water district nila at gumanda na, magkaroon at gumanda na yung water service doon. So, hang in there, LUA. Baka hindi lang kayo yung kailangan sumaklolo sa mga water districts na ito.
Thank you, ma'am.
Salamat po. So,
Chair,
yes, Mr. Chair.
I was looking at your budget. Meron pala kayong corporate funds na 9.5 billion?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Bakit ba kayo humingi ng 29 million? Eh, may 9.5 billion na kayo.
Hindi, corporate internally generated.
Yes,
po.
correct.
Opo.
Why don't you generate everything for yourself?
Baka Mr. Chair, baka kulangin lang po yung
Baka baka sumobra rin. Diba?
Well, that's true, sir, but I don't think more possible na kulang po.
Kasi meron na kayo, you can generate 9 billion. Ano ba yung 29 million? Maliit na.
Actually po, Mr. Chair, 1 billion po yung na-generate namin na pautang.
Yeah, but your corporate funds is about 9.5
That's correct.
billion, correct?
Correct po.
Anong source nung 9.5 from your anong sources nung 9.5?
Mr. Chair, the main sources would be yung interest po ng loans, and then we charge engineering and administration fees when we build water districts.
Okay. Those are the two main sources.
Main sources po.
Okay. And then ang inyong I would assume na yung approved na expenses nyo pasok din dito sa 9.5.
Yes, Mr.
So
Chair.
yung additional na 29, what is that for?
Actually, it's for rehabilitation of non-operational water districts po.
Non-operational water districts, which are anong mga
We can provide po a list.
Sige.
There are many.
Okay.
But non-operational water district is an operational water district is one with a CCC from LUA, with a board that was conferred by LUA, which can deliver service, and one that collects for these services. Absent one, non-operational water district po siya.
Okay. These are 346
Over
non-operation.
the years po, 340.
As in talang zero operations to?
Nagkulang po dun sa apat na characteristics na yun.
Which
are one with the CCC,
Okay.
Certificate of Conformance po, with a board confirmed by LUA that actually provides water services and actually collects for those services.
Okay.
Kasi pag nagkulang po dun isa dun, tinatrato naming non-operational po yung
Okay.
water
And then you
district.
plan to revive them?
Yes po. Malamang po, hindi naging effective yan, either hindi nakapagbigay ng service, nagka-problema sa collection. Kasi yung first two po madali eh. Yung 3 and 4 ang mahirap.
But meron naman silang service. I mean, there's operation.
There are some po. It's patchy po yan. It's a spectrum of different
Alright.
service.
Kasi 346 no? So medyo marami. And then with this 29 million, how many new connections can you have? Kasi i-revive new operation, di ba?
Usually po, para mag-revive ng isang water district, ang budget po yan is 25 to 30 billion. Per
district.
So, we can revive one out of the subsidy.
But your target 346.
Dito po sa kung if ever mabigyan pa kami ng additional, makakaya po naman namin sigurong madagdagan po 'yun.
Hindi, but what you say, you plan to revive 346.
No, 346 yung mga ibang wala nang water districts na operations po 'yan. Throughout the history of LUA 1972, meron mga talagang water districts na hindi na mabubuhay po. Yung iba, okay, siguro ang historical context po, LUA provides less than 40% of all water distribution here in the Philippines. Hindi naman ibig sabihin po yon yung 60% kakulangan ng LUA. Marami pong nagsa-step in to the role sa water distribution. Meron pong municipal waterworks or city waterworks, meron pong concessionaires, meron pong ibang mga agencies or cooperatives that provide water service. Ang ano lang po namin, ang narating lang LUA is around 38% throughout the Philippines. And out of the 38% na yon, marami hong nag-fail na water districts. Yun yung mga 300 po na nag-fail. Meron rin ibang beses na nabubuhay, napapalitan, namamatay ulit. So, ganun po. So, when we say that we want to rehabilitate water districts, meron po talagang mga target na water districts and we can provide you that list.
But for 2026, ang target nyo is how many?
Well, kung sa NEP isa.
Isa lang?
Isa lang.
Okay, alright. But may target kayo, but because of yung binigay, isa lang ang maano. Pero ang the target, tama ba, is 346?
Kung kakayanin namin pong palakihin pa yung percentage ng coverage namin, we will do so.
Okay, alright. And then which one is that one balak niyong i-revive?
Ita-target pa po namin. We can submit the list. Kasi nga kung...
Isa na lang yun, di mo pa ba na-target yun?
Hindi ho. Meron po kasi mga kulang pa eh. Baka idagdag na lang namin.
Parang isa na lang yun, di mo, diba?
Baka meron po talagang committee na para
so,
walang...
may committee para pumili na isa?
Ng different water districts na bibigyan ng grant, subsidies, or loans
okay.
po.
But the 29 is definitely pupunta lang sa isa yun. Okay,
Most likely po.
Sige, just give us na lang yung target na isa na yun. But you said that the target, the amount is about 25
to 30 million
25 to 30 million. Okay. And then, bigyan nyo na rin kami ng briefing on, for example, yung 346, if we do revive, medyo malaki amount, no? Kasi
Malaki
25 million. But for example, if we revive the 346, how many consumers will benefit? Diba? Yun ang gusto natin malaman, yung benefit eh.
Okay. Mr. Chair, yung ibang sa 300 na yon, baka natugunan ng ibang
meron na.
Possible po.
So yung list na lang na you plan to target.
Apo.
And then how many benefits, how many beneficiaries can we give service to? Para meron na pwede natin to cost benefit Kung meron kayong cost benefit, mas maganda na rin kasi lumalabas parang investment to ng gobyerno eh, 'di ba? And the investment of the government should benefit our constituents. Pero ilan yung constituents na yun? That's what we want to understand.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can proceed with the presentation, please. Yes, please proceed, Mr. Chair.
Solid waste, please. Asek Kanka.
Thank you, Sec. Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. So proceeding to ecological solid waste management, RA 9003 provides the framework for a systematic, comprehensive, and ecological solid waste management program in the Philippines. The 2026 budget under the NEP for this program is 280.5 million, allocated entirely for under the MOE. This budget will support the delivery of 1, technical assistance, 2, policy development, stakeholder engagement, and operational support for the National Solid Waste Management Commission. And primary objective is to increase the compliance of LGUs in implementing 9003. To achieve this, we need to provide technical assistance and capacity building support to LGUs, empowering them on effective implementation of SWM programs in their respective jurisdictions. We are also working closely with LGUs and other stakeholders to promote proper segregation, collection, storage, treatment, and disposal of solid waste. This includes continuous monitoring and fostering partnerships to ensure that best practices are adopted and sustained at the local level. We are actively formulating policies and programs that will further strengthen the implementation of RA 9003. These policies aim to address emerging challenges in waste management and align with global environmental standards.
Sana dumating na yung panahon na hindi na ito ang pinag-uusapan natin, formulating policies. Yung policies na ito, 2001 pa, 2001. Nang ginawa ko yung batas. Wag na tayo puro po implementation ang gawin po natin. Kasi yung policy po, nagawa na po namin. Kailangan lang po ipatupad ninyo sa tulong ng lahat ng LGUs. Hindi ko naman sinisisi ang DNR dito. Pero yung Solid Waste Commission, maski na ang gawin lang ninyo, i-mainstream lang nyo sa lahat ng government agencies, masaya na ako. Ganon. So, ayoko makarinig na formulate policies. Hindi. Nakasaad na po ang policies at programs. Huwag na nyong reinvent. Don't reinvent the wheel. Ang gusto ko makita, mga good news na mga barangay at lahat na sa 42,000 barangay sa bansa at sa 1,600 cities and municipalities, ilan na ang sumusunod sa ating batas. At kung sabihin nyong walang katorya-torya at palpak yung batas na ginawa ni Legarda, okay na, ire-revisa ko yan. I'm expressing my frustration because that was the first law I filed as a young senator. And if certain barangays or in my home or even in my office, I can implement it, bakit hindi natin ma-implement sa bansa? Okay, hindi nyo kasalanan. Nagbabasa, si Asik. Hindi mo kasalanan. I'm expressing my frustration. Pero next time po, husayan yung presentasyon nyo. After 2000 yan. So, year 2000. So, 25 years na yung batas? Oh yeah, 25 years. Kasi dati, nung nagagalit ako noon, dalagita pa lang yung batas. Ngayon, marrying age now. Sige. So, ganon. Hindi na dalagita. Marrying age na. Baka may pamilya na yung bata, yung edad. Edad. Pero ganon pa rin tayo sa policy. Hindi na po tayo sa policy. Ang gusto ko makita, sinara nyo lahat ng open dumps at yung mga naturuan natin ng lahat ng cities, municipalities at barangays at yung government agencies na nagko-comply. At sana man lang sa lahat ng inipas areas, strictly compliant. Sige na. Sige, magpatuloy po kayo. I'm just so frustrated. Okay.
Duly noted, Madam Chair. Thank you. So moving forward to the next slide, this is the highlights of accomplishments so far. As of 2025, there is a notable increase in the number of cities and municipalities being served by sanitary landfills. So previously in 2024, from 49% to 52%.
Baka naman kailangan na yung waste to energy. Magagalit sa akin naman ibang NGOs dyan, including si Mother Earth. Baka naman kailangan na. Pero kailangan na, ay sabi ng chair, kasi may, iba na yung teknolohiya. Baka kailangan na, pero i-amend yung Clean Air Act at saka ito, pero hindi ibig sabihin pa face out yung batas na ito. Yan, tatawagan na ako. Tatawagan na ako ni Sonia Mendoza. Tatawag yan. Yeah. So, sige, continue.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So on the formulation of policies, this is the one that ASEC Can is referring to, because there are some non-burn technologies that do not emit toxic or hazardous substances. So, yes.
If that's what you meant, you should have said it. Emerging technologies, non-burn technology, ganun, para, kasi tataka ko anong polisiya ang ina-amend nyo dito. Sige. Okay.
Yes, ma'am,
Sige po.
policies related to the studies like citing guidelines on the WTE, ma'am. Just in case to be prepared, just in case that WTE would proceed, then we are already prepared with the citing guidelines on where appropriately or suitable where the WTE facilities could be located. So,
Bago kayo magpatuloy, yung totoo po na compliance sa buong Pilipinas, sa ilang barangay? 42,000 more or less? Ilan ang compliant? Sa ESWM?
what we do, ma'am, is we look at first the material in terms of materials recovery facility for the barangay we have. So there is already an increase in barangays with access to materials recovery facilities. from 49% in 2024, it's 54% in 2025. This translates to 21,430
So kalahati ng
barangays
bansa.
out of the 39,000 barangays, ma'am. But what we are doing
Yung
right now
42,000
also
barangays
is
natin.
looking at the clustering, also pushing for the clustering of these barangays. So 54% has access to MRFs.
You know, I'm passionate about this, as all of us are, because ocean plastic waste is connected to this. If we don't throw in the coastlines, coastal barangays, hindi. Microplastic, konektado rito. So, pagkamatay ng mga isdang kinakain na hinuhuli ng mga mangingisda, so, konektado talaga ito. Tapos yung mga ilog na pinupuno ng solid waste, na nagiging island na siya kasi puno ng solid waste. So, yung sedimentation, nandyan. So, lahat yan. Yung pagbabaha, dulot rin yan. So, ito talaga ang sanhi, yung hindi pagpapatupad ng batas na ito, sanhi ng sakit, sanhi ng baha, sanhi ng kakulangan ng pagkain mula sa karagatan, at lahat na nakita mong mga magagandang mga bitsana na puro na lang plastic, sanhi rin ng hindi pagtupad ng batas ito. Kaya importante ito. Sige, pasensya na, i-interrupt. I just so passionate about this.
Yes, ma'am. Just to go to the details, ma'am, based on the universe of 1,592 LGUs, the total approved so far 10-year solid waste management plan is 89% or 1,419. So the others are already renewing or updating their 10-year solid waste management plan. So these are the functions of the EMB, the DNR EMB, wherein we provide technical assistance and push really for the updating of the 10-year solid waste management plan of LGUs. And then for the sanitary landfill, as I've said a while ago, it's 52% out of the operation sanitary landfill is 375, with LGU 793 has access
Pakibigay po sa amin ang listahan ng lahat ng LGUs na hindi pa nagpapatupad ng 9003. At pangalawa, na walang sariling sanitary landfill. Pero ang landfill naman hindi kailangan per municipal LGU eh. Nag-share naman yan, nagka-clustering, di ba? So, ibigay nyo yung mga LGUs na walang pinaglalagyan na clustered available na engineered sanitary landfill, ulila, saan nilalagay? Somewhere, karagatan, ilog, esteros, o kung landlocked siya sa kapitbahay na LGU. Nako. So, sana na monitor nyo yan. Lalo na sa Manila Bay Region, yung tatlo, NCR, 4A at 3. Diba? San si Manila Bay Office? Isa ka pa. Yeah. Hamon yan. So, tapos, parang sinabi ko last time, sulatan ni Secretary, lalo na si LGUs, ginawa na nyo? Hindi pa. Can you give us a copy of the letter? Meron. Sulatan nyo lahat ng LGU sa tatlo, Manila Bay Region, ang tawag ko dyan, yung tatlong region na yan, na strictly ipatupad ang clean water at ang solid waste management. Tapos, imumungkahi ko kung payag si Chair, sana supportan ako ni Sen. Risa, sa budget ng DBM, kung saan sila ang nagbibigay ng LGSF, Local Government Support Fund, kung hindi nagpapatupad ng environmental law, especially solid waste management, hindi sila maka-avail ng LGSF. Pwede kaya yun maging special provision sa GAA. Diba, Chair? Kung yung LGU na humihingi ng project under the Local Government Support Fund, pag itong basic na batas sa basura ay hindi nila pinapatupad. Clean water, nakatingin sa akin si David. Water, isama ko, sige. Solid waste and water. Yung dalawang yun. Sorry, I called you David. I saw your name. Yusek David. Okay. Pag hindi pinapatupad yan, hindi sila compliant, ay hindi sila pwedeng grantee ng LGSF. Di ba maging stricto? Maging stricto.
I will also
pwede
support
yan, no?
that, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Sen. Risa. Parang special provision under the DBM budget sa LGSF, kung papayag yung chair. Tapos, sa ombudsman budget mo on Friday, you have a budget hearing. Long ago, panahon ni Ombudsman Conchita Carpio Morales, Vice Chair yata ako ng budget nila noon, nagtatag siya, nagtulungan kami magkaroon ng environmental ombudsman. Kaya yung meron siyang tinalaga na deputy ombudsman in charge na naghahanap ng mga solid waste. To be fair, hindi naman ako nag-author ng idea, si Tony Oposa, our Magsaysay awardee ang kasama ko noon, at meron siyang kilala sa ombudsman na yun yata ang I don't forgot the name, na in charge, tinalaga ni Chair Morales, Ombudsman Morales, na environmental ombudsman. Tatanungin ko yan sa Friday kay ombudsman na yun. Siboy, Ombudsman Remulla, kung agree siya na ipatupad. Hindi ba mahalaga, no? Kailangan may konting takot especially water and waste. Anyway, proceed please.
Yes, ma'am, and Madam Chair, so just to report as well, the DNR EMB funded a number of MRFs for the barangays nationwide from CAR to Region 13, a total of 1,840 DNR EMB funded MRF, and based on the monitoring being conducted by the Bureau, out of these 1,840, so far 1,176 are operational, while we are looking at the 664 EMB-funded MRF that are not operational. So we're looking at that coordination with the LGUs.
Nagpondo ang EMB ng MRF. Ibig sabihin, organic fund nyo, NEP nyo. Kayo po ang nagbigay ng pondo sa LGU. Material Recovery Facility. Magkano po ang hindi operational ang total?
Ang total, ma'am, out of the 1,840, in the latest report, we have noted 664, but we're still looking at the...
Yan na naman kasi lahat ng pinupondohan ng gobyerno doesn't work. Ano ba yan? Magkano ang ginastos sa 1,000 na yan?
We will provide with the amount, ma'am, of this.
Baka bilyon-bilyon.
Yeah, ma'am, no?
Mura lang MRF.
Mura lang,
Bakit MRF ko? Ako lang nagtayo, bambu lang. Hindi naman kailangan. Ang MRF ko, yung mga recycled na kahoy na hindi mahalaga at saka bambu, gumawa ko ng sarili kong MRF. Bote, lata, plastic, karton, karton, papel, riniresikulo, tinitimbang, may pera ka dyan. Bote, lata, plastic, tapos yung hindi ka lang iresikulo, latak, residual. Saan napunta food waste ko? Sa lupa. Bore a hole, lagyan mo ng dried dahon, at saka, tawag ito, soil. Meron ka, tapos papabulukin mo yon, meron ka ng libreng fertilizer. At saka, out of 1,600 hindi nagko-comply, it's something wrong. Di wala nag-monitor. Sino ba? Bakit pa tayo nagagawa ng programa?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
this is continuous monitoring. That is why we are making sure that these 1,800 MRFs are operational. In
Mandato
fact,
ng EMB, di ba? Mandato nyo yun
to monitor, ma'am, and also provide
patingin
assistance.
Po, yan. Yung 1,000 po, akin na po yung listahan ng
Yes, ma'am.
1,000. Ibig sabihin kayo ang nag-fund ng MRF, tapos 600 hindi na ginagamit. Magkano isang MRF na pinondohan po nyo? At anong klase? Dapat
I will check, ma'am, but I don't know if my data is correct, but I'm going to check it, but it's less than a million.
Less than a million? Ako nga, kahoy lang na luma ang ginawa ko. Backyard MRF. Pambahay lang. Nasayang na naman ang pera ng gobyerno. Tapos, 600, hihingi ng pondo, hindi gagamitin, mga sutil. Ayaw sumunod. Kainis. Sige. Di compel nyo sila. Anong gagawin natin sa mga yan na binibigyan ng pondo tapos hindi ino-operate, hindi ginagamit? Di sayang na naman, milyon-milyon yan. Kung less than a million, and that's 600 million wasted down the drain. And that's why so much waste in government. Procure tayo ng procure, tas hindi aandar yung makina. O kaya, hindi gagamitin. Nasasayang. Ay, hindi ko papalagpasin yan. Pakibigay yung listahan na pinondohan po nyo ng MRF tapos hindi ginamit o nasira. Ba't sila ganun? Yan ang ating pagkakamali bilang Pilipino minsan sa maintenance, masama tayo. Sinasayang natin ang pera ng gobyerno. Kasi kung yung 400 ay nagagamit, ba't yung 600 hindi may gamit? O di, wala silang dahilan. Kung talagang masama yung binigay yung MRF, dapat lahat hindi ginamit. Mas maugali nung 600. Kakainis. Yeah. So anyway, 11,000 MRFs. Yeah. There 11,000 MRFs daw na monitor niya, 1,000 lang.
No, ma'am.
Huh?
No, it's different, ma'am. I mentioned a while ago the existing MRFs nationwide, 13,734. What I've mentioned is that DNR EMB funded 1,800 MRF. So based on the latest, because we continuously monitor this funded MRF, so far in the latest report, 660, 600.
So hindi naman kayo kailangan mag-fund ng MRF, kaya na yan ng LGU at kaya ng barangay.
Yes,
At
ma'am.
saka, you funded how many? 1,000. We have 42,000 barangays. Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
MRF should be barangay-based. Hindi yan pwedeng city or municipality. Masyadong maraming basura. It should be, in fact, hindi lang nga barangay, it should be purok or sityo. Ako nga, bahay. Residence MRF. Sa farm ko, may MRF ako. Tapos, it really works. It really works. The two of you, I will invite you. Nagpunta dating EMB long ago sa aking barangay MRF at sa farm MRF. Gawa sa kahoy na hindi na ginagamit. Anyway, proceed please.
May I proceed to the EPR? This is connected to the EPR Act. The next slide will be the EPR. Okay, ma'am.
Ipangako nyo po na lahat ng LGUs maigting na monitoring sa pagpatupad ng 9003. At yung MRF, hindi sila kailangan humingi ng pera sa inyo. Ayon sa kanilang kakayanan magtayo sa kada barangay, sila ang dapat magpatayo. Ano ba naman yun? At kailangan may compost pit lahat ng barangay. At libre ng fertilizer yun mula sa food waste at dry leaves at soil na available doon. Tapos yung bote, lata, plastic, kayang iresikulo. Tinan nyo ang Barangay Holy Spirit sa Quezon City, sa Payatas. Bago ko pa isulat yung batas ng 1998, 1997, ginagawa na nila. May kusa sila. Hanggang ngayon, ginagawa nila. Meron sila mga binibentang goods sa plastic. Kaya ng barangay. Nagsimula sa Holy Spirit. Panahon pa ni Dr. Metodio, Professor Dr. Metodio Palaypay, baka namatay na yun, sa UP. Yan ang mga tumulong sa akin, sumulat niyan. At saka si Alcantara, taga Blue Ridge. Si Odette, Tita Odette, Alcantara. Si Sonia Mendoza, buhay na buhay pa. Okay, si Sonia, Mother Earth. Yan ang mga tumulong. At saka si nanay ni Camacho, Tita Narda. Yan ang mga tumulong sumulat sa akin ng batas at nag-lobby. Dahil kung hindi nangyari yung Payatas tragedy, kailan ba yun? I was so young advocating for this. If I may say, you were much younger, of course. I was so young, and advocacy ko was segregating garbage. And the elders at that time, I won't name who, they're in heaven already, were laughing at me kasi this young senator, bakit basura ang kanyang gustong i-legislate? Maski daw i-legislate ko, may basura naman. Kaya nga kailangan i-legislate. So, in example ko ang Payatas at Smoky Mountain because I used to cover it when I was in my 20s as a journalist. I said, our country cannot be known as Smoky Mountain or Payatas. We have to segregate waste at source, recycle, and compost. This was 1998. FBR time. Yeah, laking FBR so, and he understood this. And this was the first bill I filed. So, at that time, I must admit, I was not taken seriously. Itong batang senador, dating sa telebisyon, ang alam niyang gawin lang ay batas sa basura. Lang. Is it not an important law? It's so important. So anyway, fast forward, nangyari ang Payatas tragedy. nung nangyari ang Payatas tragedy, I think nag-privilege speech ako, lahat, yung palang ibig niya sabihin, pinasa ng mga elders na veteranong nasa langit na. Oo, nag-agree sila and they all came to me, they now understand what I meant. Na it's important pala. So yun, napasa. Tatuan-tuwa yung sila Alcantara, Palaypay, yung mga the OG, the original environmentalists. Yeah, si Palaypay, UP, si Tita Odette Alcantara, si Narda Camacho, si Sonia. Alam ni Sonia yung storya ng 900. Kinukwento ko lang kasi hanggang ngayon yung pa rin ang ating hinagpis sa buhay. Sige. Okay, pasensya na. Thank you to my two colleagues for your patience in listening to my stories of the elder. Senator Tatawa si Sherwin. Okay,
So, Ma'am,
continue.
you mentioned about the enforcement. Yes, so with the limited number of people in the EMB, we have employed environmental monitoring officers nationwide. They are in the regional offices of the EMB to do the enforcement education campaign as well as technical assistance in the LGUs, ma'am. So far we have 350 environmental monitoring officers doing the solid waste management enforcement and monitoring. And then you also asked about the membership of the National Solid Waste Management Commission a while ago. So from the NGO, ma'am, the DNR had submitted last year the nominees from the NGO Eco Waste Coalition, the SWAP, Solid Waste Management Association of the Philippines, and Coalition of SWM Provider. And from the Manufacturing Packaging Institute, and then from the recycling industry, the PARMS. So far, two had been appointed. One is the Coalition of SWM Provider and also the PARMS. So it has been submitted last year, ma'am.
Chair Sherwin has a question.
Yeah, before we go to yung EPR ASEC, nakita ko doon sa slide nyo kanina, yung gumagamit na LGU ng sanitary landfill is for 2025 is 52%. Can we go back to the slide?
Accomplishment.
52. So, ano yung ginagamit ng 48?
Madam Chair, sir, others are using the RCA, residual containment, and also some are going to co-processing.
Ano yun?
Co-processing.
Co-processing. Itong, meron bang ganun na LGU? Co-processing meaning, what is co-processing?
The cement kiln.
So binibenta, sa RDF, binibenta nila ng RDF. So yung LGU binibenta, nagbebenta sila. Yung isa,
Actually, Madam Chair, sir, that the residual containment area,
What
it should
is
be
that?
only temporary. So other LGUs are resorting again to the closed.
to the illegal dam sites, di ba?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oo, yun ang
That is why
problema
enforcement-
natin eh.
Ayan, EMB. Yeah, I was just about to ask, are there still open dump sites? 2025 na, yung batas year 2000, bawal po.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ay! Anong LGU? Makipag-ugnayan po kayo, Secretary, with, sino man di LG? Secremulia. Hindi pwede. Pwede ba kayo mag-press release? Sige na, after this, wag na ako kasi nakukulitan na sila sa akin. Mag-press release po si Sec Lutilia, si EMB, na sa hearing, maigting na pagpaalala kung sino pang may open dumps ay maaring makasuhan sa paglabag ng ecological solid waste management. Pwede po? Yeah. Sige na. Ano ba? Open dumps. Konting ulan yan. Punta sa ilog, pupunta sa estero, sa kanal, pupunta sa kapitbahay. Ay, nako, sakit. Sakit, flood, traffic, dumi, lahat na. Naku! Open dumps, huwag niyong papayagan. Ano ba, ayon sa aking batas, ang puwersa nyo? Ang puwersa nyo pag, kasi pinagbabawal sa batas ang open dump. Ano ang karapatan ng EMB na gawin? Ha? Check nyo. Oh.
file of environmental cases po, Madam Chair.
Ayan. Pakibigay po lahat ng inventaryo nyo sa monitoring nyo ng LGU na may dump site. At mag-file kayo, EMB, ng kaso sa kanila. O hindi, wag mo ng kaso, warning na sulat bilang nagpapatupad ng solid waste management ito. Pangalawa, sumulat siguro sa secretary sa DILG reminding them that sila ang nagmo-monitor at nag-supervise ng mga lokal na pamahalaan na i-remind. So may reminder from EMB under DNR, may sulat pa ang DILG na ito ay mandato namin. Ayon sa batas na year 2000 pa, provision number 123 ay bawal ang dump site. Bakit 25 years later, nandiyan pa kayo? Bawal ang open dumps.
Asak, meron ba tayong survey kung ilan pa ang... Kasi kung alam niyo 48 di nagtatapon sa sanitary land, yun lang naman option, sanitary landfill or, diba, or illegal dump site eh. Meron ba kayong survey kung ilan pang illegal dump site ang meron?
Based on the regular monitoring of the field offices, yes, we have. So that is why part of the regular activities of the regional offices under solid waste management is the monitoring of this compliance to RA 9003.
So ilan po ang illegal dump sites na na-monitor nyo?
That I will check the record, Madam Chair.
Pag na-monitor nyo, dapat sara nyo na rin kasi na-monitor nyo na eh. Diba? So, but I'm sure meron kasi or else saan magtatapon yung 48%, diba ho?
Manila Bay.
Hindi, paano sa probinsya? Sa probinsya. Kasi to be honest about it, yung bang LGU that resorts secretary to illegal dump site because mahal ang tipping fee. No? And for small LGUs, to pay for tipping fee, sometimes it eats up almost 70-80% of their budget na. Kasi maliit lang eh. Some of the LGUs, they earn less than 100 million in revenues. But they have to pay for tipping fee. So they would rather probably risk it sa mga illegal dump sites. No? So that's why an option, Madam Chair, is ako, ang nakikita ko is a waste to energy technology because it now, ngayon kasi ang trash is cost eh. Tipping fee is a cost to LGU. But if they can sell trash, solid household waste to a plant, then it becomes revenue for local governments. No? So that's another option that local governments can look at. No? So yun ang nakikita kong option. Or else magiging cost lang talaga sila and magtatapon lang sila ngayon sa mga illegal dump sites. At pakisabit na lang kung ilan pa ASEC.
Ilan at sino?
Yes, Madam Chair.
At saan?
Yes, we have nationwide because we have regional offices also. As a Line Bureau, we have regional offices and there is a section in charge of this monitoring on the solid waste management compliance.
Yeah, meron kaming list. I think I asked for this list kasi I was updating our data. 53 illegal dump sites nationwide. No? Dito lang yung nakuha kong data from DNR kasi we were updating our data based on yung sa waste to energy proposal.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Just to share with you the history, no. So, Madam Chair, she mentioned that under RA 9003, all the dump sites were supposed to be closed 5 years after the law was passed, which was 2001. So 2006, dapat sarado na lahat ng dump site. But it's been really difficult for us to do this. A few years ago, supposedly, napasara na lahat ng dump site. So, I mean, there was really a extra effort exerted 4 or 5 years ago, and we tried to close all. They were declared closed, but of course, as Mr. Chair mentioned, kung wala talagang pagtatapunan, either walang space for a landfill in their particular areas, or they don't have the budget
to throw in the nearest landfill to their LGUs. Yun ang problema, which is why in the House more than in the Senate, for the past years during our budget hearings, tinatanong ng maraming mga members of the House, particularly those who were former governors or mayors, na what type of technology, including waste to energy, ang pwede talagang i-push because they are familiar with the predicament that they have on solid waste. Kasi either walang area talaga yung ibang or in prioritization of their budget, hindi talaga kasa para magpatayo ng landfill or to pay the cost of sending their solid waste to the nearest landfill available. That's the situation, Mr. Chair.
Ako pag bumabiyahe ako and nagcha-charter ako ng helicopter, minsan makikita mo naman eh. Diba? Pag dadaan ka, makikita mo eh. And it doesn't look like a sanitary landfill. It's a sporadic parang dump sites.
Yeah.
No?
In fact, Mr. Chair, itong mga dump sites that still exist, siyempre, nag-emit ng methane yan. If we are able to, come up with a technology that would be really viable, we could even get rid of all the waste in these dump sites and use these vast tracts of land for something more useful.
Mr. Chair? Well, first as an aside, sinabi ko naman din kay Madam Chair, I don't support waste to energy. But anyway, just for the record. Pero, importante yung discussion kasi syempre isang buong cycle yon, hindi pa nga natin na pag-uusapan yung segregation at household level, tas yung buong cycle, pati reduce, reuse, recycle, etc. Pero, we already have at least one model, Bayawan City in Negros. Kinikwento ba ito ng DENR sa ibang mga syudad for possible replication and scaling up? They're known for they feature a large multi-facility center with a sanitary landfill, materials recovery facility, and composting plant, etc., etc. So it's a working model. Nafa-frustrate tayo kasi nakikita natin sa ibang mga bansa, they have an effective solid waste management program. So naiisip natin, kung nagagawa nila, ba't hindi tayo? No excuses tayo. And we have a model already on Negros Island, perhaps in other places. So, ma'am.
Yes, Madam Chair. The DNR through the EMB documents and showcase the best practices nationwide. So in every region, the regional office of the EMB also conducts solid waste management summit wherein best practices of LGUs, municipalities, and barangays are showcased so that the other LGUs could also replicate these best practices. And in fact, in the ASEAN, we also nominate LGUs, those model sites that promote circular economy and solid waste management practices, Madam Chair.
Lastly, about this, Madam Chair, baka hindi lang promote or feature, I don't know, a really strong campaign. Kasi kung nagagawa ng Bayawan, baka kayang gawin din lang lahat ng mga syudad.
Tama.
Just for the record, Madam Chair.
Kasi, sasabihin ineffective ang batas pag hindi kaya gawin ng tao. Pero kung nakakagawa na barangay, na LGU, kayang gawin. Una, ginagawa ko sa buhay ko sa nakaraan 20 years. Kaya naman ay tipid, malinis, at alam na mga staff ko kung gaano kami ka-stricto. 4 na trash bin sa opisina at tine-check ko isa-isa kung nagkamali ba yung hulog ng papel sa hulog ng bote. Kung hindi, naku. So kaya. Tapos yung Malabon kung saan ako napanganak. Kapitbahay ng chair. Potrero, di ba? Informal settlers yung area. Nandun yung grade school, elementary school, nandun yung Pero alam mo ba, pinroject ko talaga yon. Sinisid ng Mother Earth Foundation si Sonia Mendoza, binahay-bahay. Pati yung mga tsahin ko na neighbor ko na ayaw sumunod, pati sa bahay ng lola ko noon, sinisid at dun sila tumira sa lugar, isa-isang bahay, tinuruan. Nanalo si Kapitan Shirley, sino? kapitan ng babae ko. Sino yung kapitan ko? Kilala mo. Nolasco. Si Barangay Nolasco, kilala mo, number 1 ka dun eh. Tulang nga ako eh. Oh. Oh, taga dun siya. Number 1 nga siya, number 2 lang ako dun eh. So, si Kapitan Nolasco, tinuruan, BFF siya ni Mother Earth, at lahat ng kababaihan doon, napagod na kami sa dumi, dahil sa ganon, nababaha. So, nanalo ng Outstanding Clean and Green sa Metro Manila Award. So, informal settler barangay where I was born became a model because hiyang-hiya ako sa sarili ko kung ang aking barangay kung saan ako napanganak ay lumalabag ng batas ko. Yun. So, kung kaya ng informal settler na barangay, kung kaya ng Negros Oriental, Bayawan, sabi ni Sen. Risa, at yung isa pa, sa Tagaytay, Sinyogan, yung dating kapitan, na konsehal na ngayon ng Tagaytay, naging awardee din siya ng Clean and Green. At sila ang humihingi ng tulong kung paano daw gawin. Simple lang naman. Kailangan lang disiplina at political will. Yun. So, pakibigay po yung mga lumalabag na LGU at yung mga binigyan nyo ng MRF na pondo na hindi nila ginagamit. Yun. Sige, kinukulit ako dito, marami pa raw.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will submit the list as well as the list from on the open dam sites. So we have a number like 54 here and distributed in the region, but we will provide with the details of these LGUs.
Visit kami ha, sorpresa ha. Ito, bago kayo mag-plenary. Kailan ma-plenary nila? November? November pa. Hindi kami mag-announce. Pupunta si Chair. Kasama kami dalawa ni Risa. Sa opisina ng DENR. Hindi namin sasabihin kung central office o regional office ng EMB at ng DENR at attached agencies. Surprise visit. Tignan natin kung ilan ang trash bins nyo, kung may MRF kayo. Oo, before the budget plenary. Oo. Secret namin kung kailan. Maybe in Quezon City, magugulat na lang kayo. Baka naman kami sa Region 6 office. Maliban sa regional office or central office, in a PAMB office. Kasi protected area yan. Kung ang protected area, hindi pa marunong magpatupad ng isang batas, give up na ako sa sangkatauhan. I don't know, is that the right Tagalog? I give up on humanity. I mean, my God. Yeah, wag naman. So, baka mag-surprise site visit sa isang PAMB office yan. So, DNR offices and PAMB offices. Either kaming tatlo magkakasama o iisa-isa kami bago sa plenary. Segregation of waste at source, recycling compost. Those who want to go up to my office, please look. Yan, Bugado. Gaano ka-stricto ang ating tanggapan?
Very strict po. Random check on waste segregation.
Ilan ang ating trash bins?
Ma'am, sa pantry there are 4.
Ano yung 4?
Residual, tissue, recyclable, and food waste.
May kulang. Ano again? Residual, latak, yung hindi na kayo resikulo.
Yes, ma'am.
Food waste dahil wala naman tayong lupa sa taas mag-compost pit.
Yes,
o tapos?
Tissue waste, ma'am.
Tissue waste na kahiwalay.
Recyclable.
Recyclable, bote, lata, plastic.
Yes, ma'am.
Ang papel, kanya-kanyang desk.
Yes, ma'am.
O, tingnan mo ka notes mo, back and forth yan. Ayan, back and forth, back and forth. Tapos pagka back and forth, titimbangin yan, ibebenta yan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ginagawa mo sa dating tanggapan mo yan, hindi?
Hindi po.
Sa ERC, hindi kayo ganon.
Adyo po si pumpkins.
Bakit ganyan yung boss mo? Hindi sinusunod yung batas ko?
Hindi yata sumunod.
Gumagamit kami ng scratch paper.
Pero scratch paper, ma'am, very
That's only partial compliance. Okay. Sige. Okay, alika. Single-use plastic, pwede o bawal?
Bawal, ma'am.
Okay, pag nakakita ko ng single-use plastic, paano kayo?
Napapagalitan.
Sige.
Multiple use po yung mga bottle.
Okay.
Ilang
Sige.
beses ginagamit.
Okay, thank you. Pasado. Proceed, please. EMB. Dapat ganyan ka, EMB. Ha? Stricto. Puntahan mo yung office ni secretary. Oo. Please proceed with ESWM. Tapos na ba tayo?
Madam Chair, the Palawan
Yung ESWM, sige. Tapos na yung water. Pinaka-stress ko si water at saka ESWM. Sige. Palawan Council for Sustainable Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Palawan Council for Sustainable Development was created under Republic Act 7611 in 1992 and implements the Strategic Environmental Plan for Palawan. Beyond Republic Act 7611, we also enforce the following laws: the Chainsaw Act, the Wildlife Conservation and Protection Act, Solid Waste Management Act, the Fisheries Code, as well as the Tubataha Reefs Act. It also serves as the CITES Management Authority for Palawan and also oversees the Palawan UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. We're also a member of the National Task Force West Philippine Sea, and we authored and are now coordinating the Strategic Development Plan for Calayan Island Group, which oversees the balance between environmental protection and the national government projects being conducted. The Sustainable Development Objective of Republic Act 7611 is pursued through the Environmentally Critical Areas Network, or ECAN zoning, which is basically a ridge to reef program where we actually determine the zones from strict protection, restricted use, up to multiple use of the entire landscape and seascape for Palawan, including coastal ECAN zoning. Our ECAN objectives are as follows: forest and watershed protection, tribal welfare, sustainable resource use, wildlife and biodiversity conservation, tourism, and ecological research. These are implemented together with the other mandated laws and other sub-programs, which include, among others, research, ecosystems valuation, and wildlife enforcement. The PCSD sub-programs and initiatives promote sustainable development by ensuring the continuous flow of ecosystems, goods, and services through law enforcement, environmental management, and key security efforts. Key actions include Palawan Knowledge Platform for Research and Collaboration, which is actually has quite a membership, including international academic institutions, and government agencies, including foreign governments. We are basically supported by a scientific advisory panel, which gives us a science-based approach to all our policy making and legal implementation. On the NCA, the initiative involves the development of land asset accounts for selected municipalities. Right now, we're doing Quezon and Rizal in southern Palawan. We're also participating in the Field Waves program that was earlier cited. We have recently initiated a forest and landscape restoration plan, which is an LGU-based and supported reforestation program. This is a whole of community approach where we not only tap the resources of each municipality and the provincial government, but also of different national agencies, as well as the private sector and NGOs. Right now, we have a small budget, as you can see. This is a 170 million peso budget, Tier 1 and Tier 2. This is actually an increase of 22% from our previous years. With 14 million hectares of land and sea to cover, our budget is actually quite small. So we have resorted to collaboration and resource mobilization with foreign partners as well as with the DNR. Actually, a lot of our support comes from the DNR and from the Australian, United States, and Korean governments. And right now we are currently also discussing cooperation with the Japanese government, Your Honor, Madam Chair. One of our more important projects, or one of our major projects, is our participation in the Marine Resource Initiative of the Australian government, which focuses on marine spatial planning, monitoring, and management of marine resources, as well as capacity building. We have several researches in the pipeline, including the evolution of islands as far as the Palawan Island Group is concerned, and the historical changes in the Palawan coastline and islands, with the objective of somehow in the future creating a predictive model for the changes in coastline in geohazard mapping for the island of Palawan, and in order with the parameters set in the existing trends of climate change, Madam Chair. So these are some of our major projects that we have, and we rely almost totally on the NEP, on the GAA. However, we do have a wildlife management fund upon which 16 million pesos a year is being released. However, right now our current special account has more than 70 million pesos, and that we are hoping that we can have more released to us out of our special fund. We are actually, we have a projected income for the next 2 or 3 years of more than 100 million pesos extra that will be put in that fund. So that is all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Did you mention the Kalawit Sanctuary?
Yes, ma'am. It is under the management of the provincial government.
Hindi sa inyo.
It was
used to be
transferred back
transferred.
in 2008 by Executive Order 772.
What year was it transferred?
2008, Madam.
2008 yet. It used to be, I think I mentioned it in the first hearing, it used to be under DNR. Can you give me the history of that? Yeah, Kalawit and Dimakya. It used to be under DNR, right?
Kalawit, ma'am.
Kalawit, under CRMF. Who knows, sino ba ang nandito 1970s? Alam ko na yung 70s. Sa kwartong to, walang nandito 1970s. Oh, ano ba? Ako lang matanda dito. 80s. Hindi nyo alam. Matagal na si Leones. 1960s, nandiyan ka na eh. 69 ka sa DNR? O di alam mo? Ay! Alam mo? Kakainis. Walang may alam. I-research nyo. Nasa records nyo yon. Nasaan, ano nangyari sa Kalawit. Yung nag-people power nung 86, nag-people power doon. Kasi linikas ng Marcos Senior Administration yung mga Kalawit residents saan nga? Ibigay nyo history, Kuyo?
Ma'am, that is Kulyon.
Kulyon, kasi
Yeah.
Kulyon.
Yeah.
Tapos, pagkatapos, nung EDSA, nag-EDSA sila doon, balik Kalawit. Ano ba yan? Dito nag-alsa, doon nag-alsa rin at bumalik. Although they were given already yung paglipat nila sa Kulyon. Tapos, baka hindi sila, ayoko naman mag-accuse, pero baka hindi sila na-train, parang binabaril o sinasaktan yung mga hayop na nandun, siguro sa pagkain or paano ba. Kung totoo yun, ha? Kung totoo.
Madam Chair, I was in charge of the Law Enforcement Task Force from 2015 to 2020.
Mabilis, ano lang yan, bago lang yan.
Yes, ma'am. Pero
History ang hinihingi ko noong 1986.
Ma'am, pero even
Nasaan
during
ka
that
noong
time,
1986?
ma'am, nasa high school pa lang ako noon, madam.
Bakit ako lang ang buhay noon? Nagtrabaho na ako noon. O sige,
Yes.
alamin nyo, ikaw na lang.
Madam Chair, during that time, 2015 to 2020, there were still some incidents of
O sige,
poaching.
alam ko yun
Yeah.
noong 2015, pero gusto ko yung makita yung kasaysayan
Yeah.
nung kalawit nung before 86, tapos yung package na binigay sa kalawit residents, papuntang Kulyon, tapos bumalik sila after 86, pero pagkatapos naman, inayos na sila'y nakatira doon, na-assimilate na sa mga African wildlife at sa Philippine endemic species. Tapos nagpunta ako doon noong 1986. Oo, nag-camping ako doon. Wala tamban nyo. Oo, nag-camping pa ako doon noong 86. Anyway, ang in charge noon, CRMF. Research sa DNR records. May MOA si DNR, ng DNR with the Conservation Resource Management Foundation. Dapat alam nyo, kasaysayan to ng DNR eh. CRMF na ang head ay si Dr. Francisco Panolo. Galing memory maski matanda na. Sige, so CRMF. So dapat may history kayo sa records nun. Sila ang namamahala. Tapos ano yung inventaryo ng mga hayop nun? Pero syempre, introduced species mga African wildlife Yun. Tapos maliban doon, may dimakya. Alam niyo yung dimakya? Taga Palawan ka di ba, attorney? Taga Palawan ka?
Yes, ma'am.
O, hindi mo alam yung dimakya? O, naman. Ayun. O, tin mo? Bakit niyo alam? Magkaedad kasi tayo, matanda ka sa akin.
Yeah, the Philippine Council for Sustainable Development,
Yes.
we went there with Del Ganapin to write the
Yes.
first action plan.
O yun, anong year po yun?
1996.
Okay. So, I went there in 86. Dimakya. Ang nag-manage din si CRMF. Siguro yung head ng CRMF, pakapatay na yun. Si Dr. Panol. Hanapin nyo yung records niya. Ni isang structure wala. Ang kasama ko lang doon, Calamian deer. Puro Calamian deer. Oo. At super white sand. Tapos, hindi ko alam paano naging resort yun. Ang may-ari, CRMF, bakante, ang ganda-ganda. Tapos, German ang may-ari. German, nagka-resort, maganda, sustainable. Tapos, naging malaking resort na yung ngayon, yung club. Ganun. Panoli? Paradise, yun. Anyway, naging commercial na. Pero ang dati, ang ganda-ganda, puting-puting sand. Tas nandun kami, minimang buko. Ang dami, Calamian deer. Parang, ganun lang siya. Parang may prosesyon ng Calamian deer. Ganda-ganda. So may I request, even if you were not yet born during those times, to give me like a historical, hanggang sa ma-research mo ng Kalawit at ng Dimakya. Pwede?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oo. Tapos dati, nag-ilang oras pa kaming bangka, katig, papuntang Kalawit. Ngayon daw, meron ng kalsada at bridge. Bibisita kami ni Risa at saka ni Sherwin. Saan iniwanan ako ni Sherwin? Di ba? Meron na. Meron ng bridge, di ba?
Meron naman.
Iba na yung daan sa Busuanga.
Madam Chair, maganda na kasi yung kalsada ngayon.
Kaya nga.
Compared before.
Busuanga. Tama.
Yes, ma'am.
Tapos may bridge na malapit. Hindi na yung noon 3 o 5 oras ang aking bangka nakatig.
Yes, madam. Ganun talaga yung biyahe dati.
Dati.
Yes,
Oo na. Pumunta pa akong Kulyon. Oo, pero ngayon malapit na. At may bridge. Sa by land na kaya. Tama?
By land na, Madam Chair.
Oh,
pwede na.
nice.
Yeah.
So, siya nice to look back, right? That's why I know. Anyway, ba't pa ako napunta ron? So, yung Kalawit, hindi kayo ang nag-aalaga. Ba't hindi nyo gawing, provincial government, tourism site? Is it?
Yeah, it is, Madam Chair, a tourism site for the provincial government. But it needs more funding. I believe,
Hindi tayo yun. Provincial government yun.
yes, Madam. We're working on it. Right now, it's also a wildlife refuge. Pag meron po kaming na-rescue sa enforcement namin or otherwise, if it is endemic in the area, that's where we let it go.
May mga species doon? Yung may mouse deer? Ano yung
Yes,
mouse deer? Ang
mouse
tawag?
deer.
Mouse deer? Of course, Calamian deer.
Calamian
Mouse
deer.
deer ba? I'm not sure kung mouse deer ang tawag
Yes,
doon.
ma'am. The mouse deer, and then the bear cat is also
Bear
there.
cat, yes.
Meron rin pangolin in the area, Madam Chair.
Pangolin. Yes. Di ba pangolin ang pinanggalingan ng COVID? Tama ba yon?
It's a possible source, Madam Chair.
Yes! I-research mo. Ay, nako. Yung illegal trade ng pangolin ang naging dahilan ng COVID sa China. Ay, nako, magagalit. China. Oo, may illegal trade na galing Palawan at doon nang galing i-google mo. China.
Yes, Madam
Oo.
Chair, we're pretty
Diba?
much aware.
Did you hear about that? Yes, sa pangolin.
Yes, we're actually
I-google mo. COVID-19 and pangolin.
we're actually fighting against that trade, Madam Chair. We're
This
very
illegal
active.
wildlife trade, the pangolin from Palawan is being traded. And I think unless I'm scientifically wrong, maybe wrong, okay? But COVID-19 has been linked to the illegal pangolin trade. Google nyo.
Yes, Madam Chair, actually, that's true. It's actually being conducted by organized crime. And we're actually targeting these perpetrators.
Salamat, Chair. At dalawang tanong, kaugnay ng Palawan. Di ko lang sigurado kung nasa jurisdiction ng PCSD mismo. But the first is actually addressed more to the Secretary. Kung pwede po akong mag-request ng mga kopya nung bagong MPSA ng Ipilan Mine sa Brooks Point. At yung iba pa pong, MPSAs din yung iba pa pong minahan ng Global Ferronickel Incorporated ni Joseph C. If I could request that, Madam Chair, from the good Secretary.
Palawan is not a no mining province. No.
Well, there's at least
kala ko
this-
you don't allow mining.
Madam
There's
Chair,
mining?
There's
If
this
I may
mine
clarify.
in Ipilan.
Madam-
in Brooks Point. Yes, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honor, we actually have several mining companies and MPSAs in the area. However, during the last year, actually just earlier this year, the provincial board passed an ordinance banning the endorsement of new applications for MPSA. So right now that there is a predicament because we, the national agencies within operating in Palawan, have to enforce national laws, but then there is the local ordinance that we have to deal with also.
Salamat for that, sir. I think that's a very interesting and important maybe predicament na kailangang harapin ng DENR pati ng PCSD. Lalo na yung probinsya nyo, hiyas talaga. No, it's irreplaceable for the whole planet.
Yes. Your Honor, Madam Chair, for the record, the MPSAs actually have to follow the zoning, the econ zoning that we have, so that if the allowed area falls within core zones or restricted zones, these are considered no mining zones, and the MPSAs are actually amended based on this zoning.
Salamat po. That's very encouraging and hopefully, I don't know, itong mina sa Brooks Point, if it falls within yung identified sa naikan zones, edi sana nga po there will be some corrective action regarding that.
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair, what happened as far as Ipilan and the neighboring MPSAs is that their allowed areas are actually reduced because of that.
So, salamat for that additional information. So, allowed areas are reduced. Ito rin yung nangyayari sa ibang mga mining areas around the country. Nare-reduce, minsan natatanggap na yun ng community or ng environmental movement doon, minsan hindi. And they continue lobbying to DENR, particularly MGB, in some of these or many ba of these cases to totally cease the mining activities dahil kahit reduced in area, nakaka-impact pa rin negatively sa ecosystem doon. So, Madam Chair, if I could request the copies of those MPSAs from the good Secretary. Salamat po, Secretary. And lastly for now, Madam Chair, sa PCSD, matanong din po, kumusta na po yung status ng Sambilog? It's an indigenous fisher folk organization on and around Bugsok Island.
Your Honor, the Bugsok Island is a very touchy subject because we have a controversy regarding the claim of the Molbog. And then we also have the Bangkalaan, and until recently, the NCIP ruled against the Cagayanons. I believe they ruled against, if I recall correctly, they ruled against the Cagayanons because of the one area, one IP policy. Since Cagayan Silio is where the Cagayanons are situated, the NCIP ruled against them already as far as Bugsok and Maria Hangin is concerned. And Maria Hangin is where the real controversy lies because there are 9 parcels which have TCTs, and which is not right now in conflict with the CADT application of the Molbog. And there were some violent episodes within the year, and actually last year as well, if I recall correctly. And right now, we are part of the consultative process in order, we're assisting the local government as well as the parties with NCIP and the provincial government as well in trying to resolve this matter.
Nako, napaka-importante po ng papel nyo. I've also somehow kept track of what's happening, at least with Sambilog, in the past 21 years. And sabi nga po nila, there were violent or near-violent episodes. Hindi nila nakwento na among the different indigenous peoples there, mas sila at yung corporate entity or mga armed guards, or di nila alam kung AFP ba yun or PNP ba yun or simply private security. Ngayon ko lang po narinig yung one area, one IP. Parang naging OTOP pala yung mga indigenous peoples. It's a bit strange to hear about it kasi alam naman natin in different parts of our country, there may be more than one indigenous people na sasabihin nila since time immemorial, they have been coexisting. I really hope, sir, na makatulong ang PCSD to find a just and peaceful resolution sa conflict doon. Kasama na po para sa Sambilog na ilang beses nang naitaboy sa sarili nilang lupang or katubigang ninuno by different entities po.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do our best, Madam Chair and Your Honor. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would suggest a visit to Palawan, and maybe you decide it should be in Puerto Princesa or in Coron or in El Nido for a hearing on PCSD as Vice Chair of the Budget for Environment. But this is not a requirement for the passage of the measure in plenary, but just so that we can, because I have so many questions here, I don't want to hold everyone. And I think my colleagues would be happy to visit Palawan as well. Yeah, we'll schedule that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kasi ang dami kong tanong sa inyo. What I'll do is, lahat ng pinaghandaan ng mga magagaling na ito, ibibigay ko sa inyo. Tapos sasagutin na lang nyo. Diba? Ganun, ang dami eh. Ang sipag ni Kate eh. Oo. And then, we will convert this into a technical meeting for the budget, ha? Kayong dalawa, si Kate at saka si Attorney Don. Last na, Coastal Marine. Sige, wag na muna sa Palawan. We'll convert into a technical working group for the budget. And then, I think the last one there would be the Coastal Marine management, right?
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Honorable Senator Risa. So, could you please kindly put up the slides? Scaling up of coastal and marine ecosystems under the Biodiversity Management Bureau. Thank you. So for a budgeted 303,164,000 pesos, the following are our activities. Shown on the screen, management of marine protected areas, strengthening and networking, 38 NIPAS sites that have MPAs. That would take the majority of our budget because obviously they're found all over the country, and so we need to reach out to them. And the work that needs to be done is also great and varied. One of the features that we are actually proud of at BMB is the promotion and support of biodiversity-friendly social enterprises, or BDFE. At the moment, we have 118 people's organization partners in offering different types of enterprises, and that will comprise 21,160,000 of support. Capacity building, we are supporting 16 regions with a variety of stakeholders, technical assistance component, all within the context, again, of coastal and marine ecosystems. We support 123 LGUs, knowledge management. Every region, we are represented with our information systems. Social marketing and mobilization among the 16 regions also, especially amongst MPA areas for campaigns, monitoring and evaluation, capacity building for our marine scientific research stations, support for the Ocean Environments Task Force, and a site for an eco park in Aklan, which will comprise 35,700,000 for capital outlay.
The Bakawan Eco Park, is this one in Calibo or in Ibahay? Where is it? Because I funded in previous years, it was a congressional insertion, it was an amendment. Calibo. Is this Aklan Bakawan Eco Park, the one in Calibo, yung kay Allen Kimpo, the late Allen Kimpo? Is this it?
Hang on.
And is this my amendment? No, this is NEP.
I think this is a new one, Madam
No,
Chair.
but which Aklan Eco Park is it? Because meron ang nakatayo. Yung sa Calibo, pinondohan ko yun in my second, third term, dati pa. Saan ito?
Let me get back to you, Ma'am. I'm just
At
pulling it
saka,
out from my staff.
35 million, anong itatayo doon? Nagtayo na ako doon. Is this NEP?
This is NEP, Ma'am.
Ibig sabihin, pinasok nyo. Kayo nagpasok.
Yes, Ma'am.
So kayo po ang naglagay. You should know where it is.
Yes, let me just pull the information out from my staff because this was here before I joined DNR, but I
okay.
will find the answer
No,
to
it's
that.
good. It's good that there is, but just maybe 10 years ago or less, I amended the budget to include a Bakawan Eco Park in Calibo. There's another one. Is it Ibahay? I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
most probably it might be Ibahay. It includes Ibahay.
I funded two.
For 2024 or 25.
Yeah.
The other one is Libertad Mangrove Eco
No,
Park.
that's my amendment.
The
Libertad
Pandan.
Mangrove, that's in North Antique. I put the funds there as my amendment. But this is Aklan Bakawan Eco Park. This is part of your NEP. Right? This is not yet my amendment. I didn't put anything yet. So, I'm happy to note that meron kayo. But who put it there? Oo.
This was
Kayo
a request
nagbigay
from
nun.
Region 6, Ma'am.
Okay. So, mabuti naman. Pero, baka duplicate. Kasi nagtayo na nga ako ng Eco Park doon eh.
Yes, Madam Chair. Definitely, this is a new one, Madam Chair.
A new one. Puro Bakawan yon. Tapos may structure na akong tinayo doon 10 years ago or 8 years ago. So, just find out where in Aklan I had funded to, alam niyo yun, through region. Kalibo and one more, Ibahay siguro. Ibahay. Oo. So, saan po ito? Kalibo? Or iba pang LGU? Ang mahal naman. Ako yata noon, 5 or 10 M lang yung aking Eco Park na tinanong visitor center.
Madam Chair, I'll get back to you po on this. Let me just talk to
Okay, but it's good.
the regional
I mean, I'm
executive
happy that
director.
there is,
Yes, ma'am.
they don't have to ask us all the time na may kusa because it's, if it's the one in Kalibo, it's a beautiful mangrove area and that was planted under the supervision of the late Allen Kimpo. Diba?
The answer, Madam, is Madam Chair, it's in New Buswang.
Ah, bago.
New
what?
Yes, the name is New Buswang in Aklan.
No. New Buswang? There's no such LGU. Meron ba ganun? No, Buswang kasi in Palawan.
No, Buswanga po yan. This one is Buswang only.
Can you check the LG bang New Buswang? Hindi ko alam yan. New Buswang Eco Park.
Yes, ma'am.
Paano kaya naisip ng DNR sa lahat ng Bakawan areas sa Pilipinas na naglagay doon? Is it a tourist site? Is it old growth mangroves? Magandang bisitahin. Katabi ko lang yun.
Yeah, because we already have an Eco Park.
New Buswang in Kalibo. So ito na nga yung tinayo ko. So bakit kailangan magtayo ng muli? Baka naman repair?
Most probably
Alamin nyo,
repair,
kasi
Madam Chair.
anong taon ko ba tinayo? Pre-pandemic, beautiful bamboo structure as a visitor center. Tapos merong walkway hanggang, you went.
Yes, I've
sa
been
dulo. Di ko pa
there.
nabisit.
It's one of the best restoration.
So, I'm glad you, find out sino yung contractor. Kasi I do not select the contractor, sila yon, DNR don. Sino ang nag-design? Kasi hindi yung mga usual semento na may kulay pink, may blue, may green, hindi ganon. Bamboo siya. Baka nasira na. So in short, just give me the justification and I'm happy that, salamat, I don't have to amend it. Nandyan na yung repair nung tinayo ko matagal na through my amendment.
Will do, Madam Chair.
Ayun, di mabuti. Mabuti na nandyan. Sige. Okay. Tapos itong biodiversity-friendly social enterprises.
Yes, Madam.
Sino po ang head nito? Kayo po?
BMB po. Yes, ma'am.
BMB, good. Dati nagka-exhibit dito niyan eh. Maganda ito kasi it encourages MSMEs to be biodiversity-friendly. So itong 118 BDFEs nyo, pakibigyan po ng just photo where they're located, what kind of active social enterprise are they, and can we include them, although it's already on, give them a booth if kaya pa. Kasi we collaborate with the DTI for the National Arts and Crafts Fair. Alam yan ni Yusek Primo David. I think he was still with DOST when I gave them a booth. I think the BDFE of BMB of DNR should have a booth there kung kaya pa nyo mag-participate. For free. Walang bayad yun. Oo. Dun sa Mega Mall. From 23rd to 29.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And then, please give me the 118 at saan located at paramihin pa nyo. Anong support ang binibigay nyo? Financial assistance or equipment or tools or marketing or training sa biodiversity social enterprises?
So, ito po ay may kaunting kapital, mayroon din pong training, so capacity building, financial literacy, but of course BMB, marketing is not our strongest suit.
Yes.
Sometimes design.
Sige, give me a proposal.
Yes, ma'am.
For additional budget for more enterprises to be helped. Kung
Okay,
meron
yes,
yung
thank you, Madam
low-hanging
Chair. We'll
fruit,
do that.
Oo, dapat tulungan yung mga ganyan. Oo, kung meron pang nag-a-apply sa inyo or humihingi ng tulong na pwedeng tulungan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sige. Please proceed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the red for Region 6 is here, actually, so perhaps we can ask him to help us shed some light on the...
Just a minute. MPA Management Strengthening and Networking, 38 DPAS. Why only 38? Ilan na pa ang ating INI-PAS? 121, right? Why only 38?
These are purely marine component MPAs, Madam.
Only marine.
Yes,
Of
ma'am.
the 1-to-1 ba, 38 lang ang marine?
So this is out, the universe of this is from the 251, Madam Chair.
From the, including
So
those
this
not yet
includes-
legislated.
Yes, Madam.
So 38 lang sa 250 ang marine?
So it's some are terrestrial,
Yeah.
some have
That's why
marine
only
and
38 are
terrestrial.
marine?
So this one has marine components, so they're not exclusively marine. So this is a
Oo.
combination of marine and terrestrial, Madam Chair.
Okay, when you say strengthening and networking, what do you mean?
So
Parang capacity building, ganon?
capacity building po, and each station or each MPA would have their own context. So we need to link them up with each other para po sila ay magkaroon ng best practices, avoid pitfalls that or mistakes that other MPAs would have done, introduce them to NGOs and other organizations that may assist them in a variety of ways po, Madam Chair.
Can you please reach out to all the protected areas, even those not yet legislated, to strictly implement the Clean Water Act and the ESWM. Maski na mahirap turuan ng buong bansa, at least man lang yung mga PAs. Huwag naman tayo magtapo ng basura sa mga bakawan. Huwag naman tayo magpasok ng single-use plastic sa mga parke na sakop ng PA. Diba? Tapos, yung mga toilet sa ating PAMBI offices, o magkaroon naman ng trash bin at hiwalayin yung botelata plastic, yung recyclable, yung basic implementation of 9003. Implement naman natin under sa inyo, di ba? Ang lahat ng PAs under sa BMB
Yes,
at sa
Madam
regional
Chair.
offices.
Yes, Madam Chair. I mean, the protected area management offices po. Yes,
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
sa protected area offices. Yes, yes.
Madam Chair, if I just may share an example, we can also reach out to airlines, for example.
Ilalagay ito sa special provision. Yeah.
We can reach out to airlines because in most of these protected areas, there are tourism sites. And so, for example, in El Nido, before they land, there's an announcement that's made by the airline informing everyone of the single-use plastics ban that the municipality has put in place since 2013. Everyone is reminded to leave their plastic trash in the plane. Someone collects it. So something as simple as that. But they also take it a step further. The airport there confiscates coral shells. So all these things are not allowed to be taken out of a protected area. So this is something that we would like to see replicated in as many protected areas as possible, Madam Chair.
It should be all. Yes. Remember, each PA, whether legislated part of the 1-to-1 or still in the various components, ilan yan? 250? 250? What is it?
So 117, Madam Chair, are initial
Okay,
components. and then
117.
117.
Okay,
and then
121 are declared legislated, and 117 are in different component stages.
13 are proclaimed, and
No, the 13 proclaimed have been legislated already.
not yet, Madam Chair. They have been just proclaimed. They
Ah,
await
so
legislation.
the 1-to-1 are legislated, 13
Yes, Madam
proclaimed,
Chair.
and 117 are in the
Are
process.
Initial components, Madam Chair. 52 of which are what we call low-hanging PAs
Okay,
that are ready for.
that we can legislate. Give it to
Yes,
us already.
Madam
I'm sure Senator Risa would also like to sponsor.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so 52 to be filed, 13
Also can be filed, Madam Chair.
the 13 proclaimed but not yet filed.
Not
Okay,
yet filed,
52
Madam
plus
Chair.
13, please submit to us, and the 117 still in the process, and of course the 121. But all of these, regardless of whether they're already declared legislated or not, you have to promise us, and we will make it into a law by putting a provision in our GAA of the DNR budget that these areas will serve as a model for 9003, meaning strict implementation of segregation of waste at source, recycling, composting. It must observe, if they're marine, coastal, the elements of the Blue Economy, even if the Blue Economy Act is not yet a law. We're enshrining it as a special provision, so ahead of the enactment of the law, at least for marine PAs, ay ma-implement na. So we have to extract from the Blue Economy bill those that are applicable to the PA provision. And then you have to commit that no single-use plastics will be allowed in all protected areas. And then all the other environment safeguard implementation of laws, kayo na, please submit to us ano pa sa sinabi ko ang hindi ko nabanggit na maari pa pong paigtingin at striktuhan. In short, yung mga gustong pumasok ng protected area, dadaan sa butas ng karayom sa pagsunod sa mga batas at ordinansya at polisiya sa kaayusan at kalinisan. At kung ayaw nila sumunod, huwag silang pumasok. Totoo. At saka, they can't leave their garbage. You eat there, you bring it out with you. Better like that. Kasi you'll segregate. Yung mga, so, magiging, yung ayaw lang sumunod, ang igagather nyo at segregate nyo. Pero bring in trash, bring in something, and that's trash, you take it with you. Diba? Isn't that good? Ano, para konti lang ang magiging basura doon.
Copy po, Madam Chair.
Please,
And if I may also just share with you, one of the strategies that in my previous job we looked into is, looking for private companies to help LGUs address solid waste in a variety of ways, including non-burning technologies, non-burn technologies. One of the challenges, Madam Chair, if I just may share also, is the fact that private companies will have to compete with the very low rates that LGUs charge for waste management. So the preference, of course, of businesses and even residences would be to just pay a very low fee instead of availing services of a private contractor, for example. It doesn't make business sense for whether it's waste to energy or non-burn, any kind of investment at this point ay hindi po nagme-make ng business sense dahil ang kompetensya po ay ang LGU na napakababa maningil. So, yan po yung isa sa mga challenges natin na kinakailangan natin talaga ng buy-in. Of course, we would like people to segregate. Of course, we would like people to work towards zero waste. So that's a given, and all the efforts have to be done along that line. But if we were to investigate proposing alternatives or out-of-the-box kind of proposals, this is one of the bottlenecks. It has to make business sense for other entities to come in.
What's your suggestion po?
So take a look at the way local governments impose fees in terms of especially if it's a protected area, it has to cost more. And this is in relation to what you were saying earlier, Madam Chair.
So what's stopping you from increasing the fees?
The local government, Madam Chair. It's their responsibility to collect fees.
LGU ba ang nagtatalaga ng presyo ng entrance or the PAMBI?
Or solid waste.
Madam Chair, sorry, it's not entrance fee. It's
What's this? You're talking about protected areas, right?
Yes, so protected areas also have LGUs within them that collect garbage fees. Garbage fees po.
I thought the entrance to the protected areas, no, garbage fees.
Yes, Madam Chair.
You know, when you implement ESWM, there's not much garbage to pick up, to collect. There's such a thing as hanggang 70 to 80% waste diversion ay kaya, 20% ang kinokolekta. So that should not be a problem as long as they really strictly implement 9003. Anyway, so yeah, please proceed. Coastal Resource Management. Is that it?
Yes, Madam, I was told that I could only share one
Yeah.
slide. Yeah.
No, you can share as many slides as you prepared,
Okay.
if you have.
Well-
Taga El Nido po kayo, no? You're from El Nido.
Yes, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
how is El Nido? It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. Yes, I hope that El Nido is implementing everything that we've talked about. It should be regarded as a jewel. And because I know, ang daming mga, alam mo hanggang yung mga boatman dyan, mga may puso eh. Alam mo nakakatuwa, pagsasakay ko ng bangka pa dyan, tapos, I'm not kidding, yung boatman, ire-recite niya, Senrisa, tagal na nito, re-recite niya yung parte ng privilege speech ko na napanood niya. Di ba nakakaiyak? Sabi niya, let it be said that during our watch, with our power and influence, we do what, hindi ko maalala, matagal to, do our thing in making our the environment. Pagsakay ko, yun ang sinasabi niya, sabi ko, bakit po? Kilala po namin kayo at yung batas po niyong ganyan at pinapanood po namin sa YouTube yung inyong tawag to? It's touching, nakakatawa ng puso. Oh, nakakatuwa. Kinuha yung number niya, yung asawa niya, naging kaibigan ko sila, tapos, syempre, tumutulong pag medical assistance, pag ganun, taga dun sila. He was a boatman of El Nido, Minilok. Yeah. Rine-recite niya yung parte ng privilege speech na pinanood niya. Nakakatuwa. Tapos, nag-segregate sila hindi sila gumagamit ng single-use plastic. Yeah. So, I hope that people in El Nido are still like that. They're still like that. They're not like that? What?
No, no more, unfortunately,
Oh,
Madam Chair.
no. Islands and mainland, they should be strict in solid waste management, Clean Water Act, and in biodiversity management, in protecting our forests and our mangroves. Sana no smoking LGU. Ang daming sana. Oh. Yeah, alika, mag-ano nga tayo doon? Mag-hearing tayo doon. Yes, attorney. Mata.
Madam Chair, we wish that it was still like that. But regretfully, we have a lot of problems with El Nido, including sanitation, including waste disposal, clean water, Madam Chair, we have problems. We even have problems enforcing our E-NIPAS Act there. Just last month, we raided 2 sites and confiscated 2 parcels of land because they were transgressing forests and mangroves. Cleared it, raped it, Madam Chair. So we have problems in El Nido, Madam Chair.
Put it all down. Yes, BMB secretary, through the secretary. So, Palawan Council and BMB and others concerned FMB to give me a letter on. That's a jewel. My God, I'll go there. I will go and I will invite all the kapitans and the sanggunian and the mayor and the vice mayor regardless of political affiliation. I will not ask if they're bati-bati. Basta mag-usap tayo doon. Hindi pwedeng pabayaan. Hindi pwedeng pabayaan. Magko-committee hearing tayo doon. Hindi ako chair ng environment, pero as vice chair, pwede naman yun eh. Oo, kasi aalamin ko ang mga financial na resources na pangangailangan ng Palawan Council at ng BMB. So, pwede. Pwede. So,
Looking forward to that, Madam Chair.
Bago sa plenaryo, pupunta tayo doon. Ay, naku, wag naman.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ang dami ko pang tanong. So, ang gagawin natin, yung mga marami kong tanong, ibibigay sa inyo, tapos sasagutin na lang nyo. Kasi sigurado
Chair.
ako, yun ang tatanungin sa akin nila si Enrisa pag interpellate ako sa floor.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I have a few more questions
Yes, please
for
proceed.
Ma'am, kung maaari. Just a few, and then yung iba, isasubmit ko in writing through the chair para masagot in writing din before the plenary. So, just to confirm po for the record, or maybe I should ask the good secretary also, na under Philippine law, yung mga beaches at foreshore areas ay bahagi ng public domain. At hindi pwedeng pagmay-arian, tituluhan, o i-fence off ng mga pribadong individual o resorts. Tama po.
Right, Madam Chair.
Okay, salamat, sir. Now, given the presence of illegal structures along our coasts, ano pong ginagawa ng DENR para i-monitor yung presensya nito at i-dismantle itong mga illegal structures? At may funding na po ba sa inyong proposed 2026 budget specifically allocated para sa clearance at para sa enforcement operations sa mga illegally occupied beaches at foreshore areas?
Madam Chair, both the Land Management Bureau and through our regional offices and from the central office as well, there's both on the ground an on-the-ground effort to identify these illegal encroachments on the foreshore areas, as well as using remote technologies. But yes, we have some budgetary resources allocated, but it's really inadequate. Previously, Secretary Loizaga did make that a priority for the inventory of these illegal structures in the foreshore areas. But I'll ask Yusek Te to give us the details of where the proposed funding is supposed to go.
Thank you, Secretary. Yes, please, Yusek, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under our PAP on enforcement of an ENR laws, we have provided an 87 million budget for this, but this does not only include foreshore protection, but also covers on forests and others. So it's a total budget, Madam Chair, for enforcement. And this budget is lodged with the regional offices, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Yusek. And as always, if there are any advice for the committee na pwede namin gamitin at the proper time sa period of amendments, please let us know through our chair, through our vice chair. Ano ba yun? Oo, kasi matagal na rin nating naririnig na yung argument na foreshore lease agreements are actually unconstitutional. And nagugulat ako na hanggang ngayon, no one has brought this to court. Not the DENR or maybe not the Solgen. And yung mga naghingi na maitanong ito dito sa hearing sa inyo ay mga mangingisda rin who are prevented from accessing their fishing grounds or makadaong ng maayos na mga bangka nila dahil sa ganitong mga arrangements sa mga beaches at foreshore areas na dati mula doon madali nilang ma-access yung dagat. So just to bring this to the attention once more of the department, no, and of the good secretary. And lastly, for coastal management, among the sub-programs under the National Resources Conservation and Development Program of the OSEC, coastal and marine ecosystems have the lowest financial performance. It has the lowest obligation rate of 77.2% and lowest disbursement rate of 69.8%. So, bakit mababa po yung inyong performance, at least financially, Madam Chair?
Your Honor, that is largely on account of our marine scientific research stations, which took up a significant proportion of our total budget. Rest assured, Madam, that we are in the process of getting them obligated. In fact, out of the 8 stations, we've already, we're in the process of awarding a contract for one. We've awarded also one. We're going through a rebidding for the 2 Bataha station, and so on and so forth. So we are doing our very best to ensure that obligation will happen within the deadline, Madam Chair.
And that will be within the next fiscal year, our budget year
Within this
2026.
fiscal year, Madam.
This year, 2025.
2025
Ah,
po.
okay. Yung natitirang 2 linggo. Okay, great
Yes,
po.
Madam.
Because certainly your department is one of the most important na i-up natin yung share of our budget dedicated to research and development. So dito sa mga, what do you call them?
Marine scientific research stations,
Scientific
Madam
research
Chair. And perhaps at the right time, if you would give us an opportunity to make a presentation to you, we would love to do that, because there's really a lot that's going for the work that is going to be done there, and the information that it will generate will definitely be useful to the Filipino people.
That's an understatement. I believe you 100% po, and you have a lot of support dito po sa aming committee or sa buong Senate. So yes, I'm sure our COMSEC has taken note of that offer, and that our chair will be glad to schedule it sooner than later. So Madam Chair will be right back. So I just have a last few questions on environmental monitoring, enforcement, and freedom of information for effective government action and citizens' participation. So, alam ko po na umaasa din ng DENR sa ibang mga ahensya para sa enforcement. So, at habang ito'y pinalalakas, bukas ba ang DENR na gawing force multiplier ang maraming environmental advocates at civil society organizations, kasamang mga simbahan at mga estudyante sa universidad? Specifically, is DNR open to establishing a citizens monitoring and grievance mechanism, grievance redress mechanism to receive, record, and address grievances, especially regarding environmentally critical projects?
Madam Chair, the Senator, at the regional level, we have particularly no problems, because our regional offices are directly in touch with the community and non-governmental organizations. So I think just in the case of, for example, some are with the Panay, some Panay projects that have been questioned. So our Region 6 office has been directly interacting with the organizations based there. So we remain open to such collaboration with them.
Salamat, Secretary. At sa halimbawa nyo nung home region nating dalawa,
Yes.
Region 6,
Yes,
kung alin pa yung, that was actually my last question about this particular topic, kung maaari bang magbigay ng halimbawa na ginagawa na ng department o gagawin pa lamang para mapatupad dito. So if you could submit that also to the committee.
We will, Madam Chair. Our Region 6 director is here, so he has been the one in touch with them. Thank you.
Great to know. Salamat, Gid, for that. And then, dagdag po dun sa hiningi kong mga kopya ng mga MPSA ng Ipilan Mine sa Brooks Point at yung iba pang minahan ng Global Ferronickel Incorporated ni Joseph C. Pwede rin bang humingi ng kopya ng EIS at ECC ng Pakil Pumped Storage Hydropower Electric Power Plant? At kung meron na itong Certificate of No Objection mula sa National Commission on Culture and the Arts. At lastly, kung pwedeng humingi ng kopya ng exploration permit ng Woggle Corporation sa Dupax del Norte, Nueva Vizcaya, Mr. Secretary.
We will submit the same, Madam Chair. For
Thank you,
Pakil and
Secretary.
then
Both for Pakil, Pumped Storage Hydropower Electric Power Plant, and then so the EIS, ECC, and Certificate of No Objection from NCCA there. and then yung exploration permit sa Dupax del Norte, Nueva Vizcaya, permit of Woggle Corporation. Salamat, Secretary. And lastly for me for today, Madam Chair, sa pakil pa rin, mari hubang siguraduhin na merong sapat na consultation nito sa pag-amyenda ng ECC. Napag-alaman namin na ang mga sinasabing konsultasyon para sa proyekto ay ginawa nung lockdown. At di lahat ng tao ay may magandang internet connection.
ASEC Jackie will make sure, Madam Chair, that the consultations will be attended to.
Salamat, Secretary. Yes, ASEC.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will do that. In fact, they have submitted the updated project description. So for the amendment, so we will incorporate all those transparency and for this process. Madam Chair,
Sorry,
thank
ma'am.
you.
They have submitted their updated...
Project description for the amendment of their project. So we haven't yet completed the review. So, but we will take note of your concern, Madam Chair, and we will incorporate the transparency, etc., and on the review.
Salamat, ASEC. So, sana itong updated project description, yung resulta ng review nyo, maikonsulta po directly in person, kayang-kaya na yun by now, ng lahat ng mga stakeholders na merong concerns tungkol dito sa Pakil project.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Salamat, ASEC. And of course, I mean the different sectors also in that community. So, ba't ibang sektor doon, kasama na yung environmental movement doon, at pati yung arts and culture community po doon. Salamat, ASEC.
Dupax del Sur, I was just with the in Vizcaya, in Del. Ano yun, may mining? Is it mining?
This is Woggle Corporation. It's a mining corporation.
There are no mining province, supposedly. I was with Ruth Padilla, the former governor, and I was with a congressman, and they said there's supposedly no mining.
Legacy yan ni Manong Caloy.
Yes, Manong
Padilla.
Caloy, yeah, so
Oo.
there should be no mining there.
That's why, Madam Chair, I asked for a
Yeah,
copy
thank
of the
you. Thank you for
exploration
that.
permit. Salamat, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah. You have more to ask?
I am done for today, Madam Chair. Yung ibang mga tanong ko, I'll just submit in writing
Okay.
to the Chair para masagot din in
Yes.
writing ng department
since
before
you-
plenary.
Thank you so much, Senator Risa, for all your manifestations and your help for the committee. I sincerely appreciate that. And since you're at it, I wasn't going to mention it here, but you mentioned certain areas for mining, etc. So I had given a thick letter to the Secretary just now. Has it been received?
It's been received.
Sinong tumanggap? Oo. This was what was mentioned during the first hearing, that an ECC was granted for a broader or additional coal mines in my province of Kaluya. It was signed by then OIC USEC Jocelyn Marcos E. Fragada. Nandito po kayo. Nothing personal. I asked former Secretary Tony Leizaga, because she was in Australia at the time. You said she does not recall giving the authority. But anyway, I put it all in writing, and I would like, at the time, on that very day, the appointment of Secretary was already made. In my understanding, an OIC is not supposed to sign an ECC, much more an expansion of the coal mines. So aside from that, I would like also to know, I showed you a Google picture of the reclamation in the area. Big, thousands of hectares reclaimed. So I would appreciate knowing the reclamation. Did you grant them an ECC for the reclamation in that area in Semirara, and the ecological risks from that kind of reclamation? So my letter is quite thick. It has all the attachments.
and I'm referring to the ECC to Semirara Mining and Power Corporation on May 23, 2025. So the permit is due to expire in 2027. An expansion of the coal mines was granted ECC by the DNR by an OIC on the day that the secretary was abroad and the new secretary was announced. Aside from that, the reclamation that has been going on for years, if not decades, in the same island. So I'd like to bring it to your attention, and I would like to earnestly request for a review and a possible revocation of the ECC, similar to the requests of Senator Risa in the other areas. This is very close to my heart, nothing personal po, Yusek Fragada, it just so happened that it was your signature there, and so I would earnestly ask the Secretary to look into this matter. Yes,
We will look
also-
into it, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, since you mentioned coal, so just to share with everyone here that I received a message just last Sunday from Jerry Arances of SEED, CEED, and Power for People Coalition, in which he conveyed to me what they consider a very alarming development on coal and energy transition that they interpret as government in effect and in essence really having turned its back on the coal moratorium. So nilaki po niya yung kopya ng isang advisory subject clarification on the non-coverage to the coal moratorium policy dated 14th October 2025 and signed by Secretary Sharon. So I think this advisory has been received by the renewable energy and just energy transition advocates with, as he said, great alarm. And I hope that there will be an opportunity for the Environment Department to discuss this with the Energy Department and of course to discuss with the advocates themselves kung ano yung pinakatamang response ng gobyerno dito. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you for putting that in the record because I received a similar message from SEED from Jerry Arances, and while that concerns energy, of course, it also concerns the environment. So thank you for, what is the action that you wish taken?
Well, my Legis unit is also still studying the advisory, pero dahil nabanggit nyo na yung coal, Madam Chair, shinare ko na rin sa lahat ng mga resource persons natin dito. Salamat po.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We fully note.
So much. The chair will still go down. He still will propound questions. In the meantime, nagpapasalamat ako sa Philippine Space Agency. Asan kayo? They've been here for 2 days, no? 2 hearings. Yes.
Yes, Madam
Kasi
Chair.
importante magamit yung satellite imagery nyo for tree planting validation. Tama? Oo.
Yes po,
Dr.
Madam
Gay
Chair.
Jane Perez, we recognize you. So we must, determine how the satellite-based verification strengthens the transparency and accountability in the reforestation projects. Maaring gawin yun. Nagkatrabaho na ba kayo together with FMB? Do you work together already?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes po, we work already together with the DNR. In fact, we have a memorandum of agreement with DNR on the National Greening Program. So we are using satellite data po with the Office of USEC CP David, the Geospatial Database Office, and also with the Forest Management Bureau.
So, how accurate are these validations compared to the on-ground data?
Madam Chair, the satellite actually provides a wide coverage, no, and the means to monitor the National Greening Program on a nationwide scale. So actually, it provides a faster means of quantifying the progress of the National Greening Program. The on-ground validation is still very important po to calibrate what the satellite sees. So these two measurements, the satellite coupled with the ground validation, gives us more reliable and accurate information, Madam Chair.
So DNR formally integrated these data findings in assessing, let's say, the National Greening Program, its performance. How does the work of the PSA, Philippine Space Agency, complement the work of NAMRIA, for example? Who will answer? FMB?
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, on the question on have we integrated the findings, the project with the work with the Philippine Space Agency is still ongoing, Madam Chair. But I will definitely take into consideration all the results from that study in our assessment of the program, most especially that the National Greening Program will be winding down by 2028, Madam Chair. For NAMRIA, Madam Chair, I defer to Yusek Peter Chanco.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, we are very interested to collaborate with this undertaking, but we have some questions at this point because we might be using different satellite imaging systems. So we have yet to determine what resolution are you using, what kind of satellite system are you employing for this particular initiative, things of this sort. But yes, Madam Chair, we are very much interested to collaborate.
Ulit ang pagpunta nyo ng 2 araw. Sige. On the PhilSA and NAMRIA collaboration, so you can collaborate on mapping land cover, on coastal ecosystems, and what is bathymetry using satellite remote sensing? What is bathymetry?
It is the determination of the depth of the water column
Yeah.
from remote sensing, remotely sensed data sources.
Then the 2023 National Mangrove Map. PhilSA produced a nationwide mangrove map. Na-share na nyo yun? With 90% accuracy? This was just 2 years ago, right?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The 2023 nationwide mangrove map was produced jointly by PhilSA and DENR po. So this is already publicly available. And right now we are actually starting our work now on the 2025 nationwide mangrove map. Then, as to the collaboration with NAMRIA, yes, we are working with them on the land cover mapping, also looking at our coastal environment and using satellite data for shallow water bathymetry.
Can a non-scientist understand the National Mangrove Map from PhilSA?
Yes, Madam Chair. In fact, the nationwide mangrove map was, when it was released, we employ citizen science to help us validate the maps. So we have an app po, together with DNR. We invite ordinary citizens, even students, to look at the map and see whether, I mean, in their localities, they have mangroves, and there's an app where they can give us data whether there is indeed a mangrove there, the species, and other information. So an ordinary citizen po can use and appreciate these maps. This is also available at the National Museum, I believe. We have DNR and PhilSA put it there as well.
The mangrove maps be helpful to the LGUs who have all these mangrove forests? Makakatulong ba? Will they appreciate this, having a copy at least of their LGUs? And can you extract that?
Certainly, Madam Chair, it's a nationwide map, so we can zoom in per LGU. What we also need is an update, frequent or regular updating of this map. That's why with the 2023 map, we are now putting together the 2025 map because it's for the LGU and for management purposes, it's important to see, for example, changes in the mangrove area. So the 2023 map is a snapshot for that year, but what the local government units will be more interested in is to see, has there been changes, whether there are expansion, whether the intervention, say the planting initiative is working or not, or whether there are disturbances as well. So having a periodic update of this nationwide mangrove map will be more useful at the level of the LGUs.
I yield to the chair. Okay. Wala kang tatanungin? We only skimmed the surface. I'm not kidding. I've been very, very kind.
Just listening.
And I've been so,
Taking notes lang ako.
not that when you ask questions you're unkind. I've been so kind and we've been skimming the surface. Talagang kulang na kulang ang panahon. Kaya lang, aming gagawin. Bibigyan na natin yung mga tanong. Tapos mag-TWG. Okay. Reminder lang po, yung Marine Research Station kasi before 2025 yung pondo nyo. Yeah. And then the identification of state universities and colleges with critical watershed areas and involved, meron na? Okay. And then yung inyong NGP, earmark nyo ang portion of it for SUCs para maprotektahan nyo both for coastal management and for forests. And then prioritize protected areas in the National Greening Program. And then DNR, DPWH collaboration on river basin and flood control data as a mandatory requirement because we're talking about the same 18 river basins. And then I already said that the protected areas to be a model for Blue Economy, RA 9003, and all the others. Yeah. Okay. So I think that's a wrap. Climate Change Commission. You work well with DNR, right? The chair is the secretary.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes. Thank you.
Good
You've sat here
afternoon.
for 2 hearings. Okay.
Yes, that's right, Madam Chair. There's our coordination mechanism with the DNR being the official representative of the President in the Commission on pursuing the policy foundations for adaptation and mitigation. And this includes the NDC, the National Adaptation Plan, Just Transition. Basically, Madam Chair, all the work streams relating to the Climate Change Act and also in line with our international obligations.
Yes. And we must ensure that every local government has a local climate change action plan. And does our NAP, our National Adaptation Plan, need to be updated? And of course, as a small agency, you can't do that by yourselves. You have to work together with the DNR. Does it need updating, or that's okay? That was the one that was submitted to you, to the UNFCCC.
Yes, Madam Chair, the National Adaptation Plan is fairly recent. So what is called for is the localization, actually. So mainstreaming it on all the priority sectors and strategies in the LCCAP, as you correctly mentioned. So that LCCAP should also include the ecosystems-based approach to adaptation, GHG inventory, early warning systems, all of those that the LGUs need to really become resilient po.
So what the Climate Change Commission can do is to excise portions of the National Adaptation Plan because we need to mainstream it in government and to localize it. And where applicable in the DNR, if it's coastal resource or if it's early warning system, so that's not DNR, that's DOST, that's FIVOX or Pag-asa DOST, ganon. So, dun ko ilalagay na special provision with the permission of the chair so that even if it's a law under the Climate Change Act, we are reminding them under the General Appropriations Act, let's say the DOST Pag-asa, this is part of our National Adaptation Plan, which was submitted to the UN FCCC, that it is a provision in the budget of that agency. So other parts of the NAP can also be excised so that it can be in the bureaus under the DNR or the attached agencies.
Yes, correct,
Diba? Tama
Madam
yun?
Chair.
Para, kasi yung NAP hindi man binabasa ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno. So ang ibig ko sabihin, yung ating sinumite na National Adaptation Plan, hihimayin natin, and wherever it is applicable sa programa, bureau, attached agency, or sa kabuuan ng DNR, nakalagay yun. Or sa ibang ahensya gaya ng DOST as a special provision. I will propose that if the chair would agree, so that it's a reminder to the agency that you do not act alone, that you must work in convergence with other agencies, big or small, in compliance with our national obligations in our submissions to the UN. Right? So, NDC compliance, dapat yan may special provision sa DOE budget. Yung early warning systems, part of adaptation sa DOST Pag-asa. Yung iba na adaptation would be on FMB, BNB, or iba-iba. So, yun ang homework ninyo. So, sulit naman yung pagpunta nyo ng dalawang hearing. Yan. Okay. Chairman. Masaya, di ba?
Okay, yeah.
So, the final comments from the chair, if you want to increase their budget, anong area ang mag-aaral, mag-TWG naman sila. May TWG. Okay. So, Secretary, thank you for always being so amiable and knowledgeable. Thank you to my comadre, Yusek Anate, and of course, Yusek Jonas and Yusek David. Medyo na-stress ako sa water. At, ito, ang kulang ang time, water. Nakulang. Kasi mag-third hearing pa sana sa water, pero wala nang time Water. Medyo stress ako sa water, hindi dahil kasalanan nyo, hindi. Dahil masalimuot ang issue ng tubig. Dahil kailangan, at saka isa pang na-stress ako sa solid waste. Oo, pati sa Palawan. Lahat sa inyo nakaka-stress kayo. Hindi dahil sa inyo, dahil winawasak natin. At saka yung mga ito. I wanted to do this, Chair. Ayun naman, sabi ko tapos na. I wanted to talk to every regional director. Di ba sabi ko noon? Hindi ko nagawa. At bawat PAMBI head. Pero, swerte sila, napapagod na ako. Oo. Sa January na lang. Oo. Yeah, after. Yun nga pala, yung mga RD, it would be interesting to see the challenges of every RD. To do their budget, to understand it better, mas maganda kinakausap lahat RD ng EMB at saka ng RED. Diba? Oo Paano nakakausap natin lahat? Unless gusto mo magpakatlong hearing. Hindi, wag na. Oo, wala nang time.
Sir, just quick intervention. I saw this, Secretary. Sorry I came in late earlier, but this is a good basis for the DPWH budget that we are going to have a second hearing on Monday. Meron bang official document and official study itong
Actually, USEC CP can share with you a more extended version of that.
Yeah, so that we can use this during the budget hearing of DPWH on Monday, so that we will pinpoint to them the deficiencies of the past flood control project, and also maganda yung technology. If the technology is already available, then they can actually use it immediately. So, and marami kasi mga projects pinapropose pa, but ngayon yung mga projects puro roads, but they can use the technology for those type of projects.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. So that's moving forward. That's the kind of assistance that DNR can help provide your committee and the Congress.
Yeah. We'll just request for an official report on this on this study. Ganda nito eh. Napaka-accurate and kitang-kita dito yung, for example, yung itong mga putol-putol na dikes. Kitang-kita rin yung mga putol-putol na projects. So it's good to
From
pinpoint.
DNR?
Yeah.
Ito yung sinasabi nyo kanina na 2024, you wrote a letter to the President and you were supposed to share this data and to have a collaborative effort with the DPWH. It did not happen. Oh, can you share with us everything that you gave the executive that we can ask on Monday? And then, can you come on Monday so that you can guide us in questioning? No, can you be can you be the chair's backstop? Us. Oh no, kasi ikaw may alam eh. Give us the hard copy, soft and hard copy, and kayong gumawa nun so that you can help us. Pwede? Why is it not possible?
We have actually, Madam Chair, this has been shared already with DBM, DPWH, and other.
It did not,
and NEDA.
hindi na gamit. Kaya nga.
Well, at least moving forward, we can use this as.
Diba dapat sa lahat namang ginagawa, dapat sinaalang-alang ang kalikasan, ang DNR. So, sayang naman yung pagod nyo kung di naman pinansin yung inyong pinaghirapan. Yeah. No, so we invite you, if you can, if the Secretary will allow you to be there, so that if you have questions on the side, 10%, maybe you should present it. Then we ask DNR, DPWH, why they did not proceed. Bakit nakakatawa ba yung sinasabi ko? Ba't madalas sila tumawa sa sinasabi ko? Sama ba yun? Hindi. That's being confrontational? No. It's a waste of effort. So first submit it to us, soft and hard copy. We'll study it. And then, if the Secretary will allow you to be there on standby just to listen, wag naman mag-present. Pero, kung biglang, sige, mag-present. Yeah, pwede. Gusto ng chair mag-present eh. Sige. Okay, mag-present. Sayang naman. Kung makakatulong, bakit hindi? Kasi yan ang convergence efforts eh, di ba? Kasi iba kahit Chair has no questions. The budget proposals of the following agencies and corporations are now deemed submitted for the plenary's consideration, subject to the submission of the documents and other requirements, and after the technical working group to be headed by former Commissioner Kate Maceda and Attorney Don. Okay, so the budget of DNR OSEC, the EMB, the MGB, the NAMRIA, NWRB, PCSDS, the LUWA, MWSS Regulatory Office. So the briefing is hereby suspended. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagtiyaga sa amin.